Oh, Neb joined. You gonna be a spectator, Neb? I guess so. Alright. Post. Now I need to make this public. And there we are. We're live. Hello, people watching right now. How you doing? Yeah. Oh, that's nice. Neb. That's really well done.
Fuck you, Neb. Kill yourself.
Oh, that's
Spoilers.
amazing. Actually, wow. That's awesome. I would never have thought of that. Neb is the 50 between us. If you don't understand why I'm saying this, but yeah, because this is ECUM 50. This is a celebration. We made it to 50 episodes, which is 51 more than I thought we ever would make it to. See, this is a joke.
There was the saying that one is the glue that keeps us together, Neb is the cum that keeps us together.
Sure. I don't care enough to say anything about this, but alright.
Neb will back me.
Sure. But yeah.
See? That was beautiful. Thank you, Neb.
It was very beautiful. But yeah.
Thank you, Skye.
Okay, Jeb. I'm trying to say thing, but yeah, I know that not the most a popular thing Legion to talk about, but it is Among Us. I said Among Us, isn't that funny? Something
Sussy.
I know, right? Something that has been quite like a topic, I guess, because ever since you've known me, Legion has been my favorite show, which in turn has meant that I have talked about it all the time, and only Jeb had watched it. By the when we started ECUM, but now we have actually, in fact, all watched the show. Isn't that right? So it's gonna be fun to hear the thoughts of other people besides me, but also hear what I have to say about the show, because I do have a few things to say about the show. There's a reason why I mention it every episode, and have done so for like a year and a half, almost 2 years now. And also, yes, to address the fact that number 25 was done 1 year and 50 isn't the 2 year anniversary. It's just because we streamed a lot more this year, and I think we all agreed that it's better to stream more than to keep us limited to 25 per year to keep the number. If you want to stream ECUM more often and just do this, because it is fun. I do enjoy doing ECUM. So yeah, that is the preamble of what I have to say. Wait, so the next show will be Legion. Now I gotta see it. I don't understand. It's not the next. Yeah, sure.
I think it means like last discussion we did was on the Angel Shield.
Oh,
Wait,
right.
Who's commented stupidity?
Who's
Let me
commented?
ban them. I'm kidding. I don't know who you are.
The person is named
Who is
name coming soon, so Also,
name coming soon.
Also,
It must be trans then.
Sure. Fucking hell. All right. I'm just gonna change the region because Jab cut out for a second there. So. But yeah, folks, Legion. We love Legion around here. Well, I do. I don't think everyone else here likes it as much as I do, but it's fine. But before we get into Legion, there's always obviously the favorite moment from everyone who watches ECUM. The recommendation corner. Let's freaking go. 10, you start, because now you're on the left, because your name on Discord changed, so you did this to yourself.
Well, actually, I would say Better Call Saul because I just finished the final season, but like, I think I'll save that until I finish, at least get out to season 6. I think I'll save that for it. I'll save that for it.
Fair. So what else do you have?
In the meantime, which is slightly fitting considering the franchise, considering the announcement that happened on Miss Marvel a while ago, considering the retcon, I decided to give the old X-Men movies a rewatch because, like, I know I grew up with them, so I figured I'd give them a rewatch. And I'm currently, I just finished for Wolverine, and I was gonna do Days of Future Past, but like, I couldn't get to it today. But like, I always like loved them as like a kid. I even have a soft spot for like Last Stand and Origins Wolverine, especially the Origins Wolverine, because I got like one of my most treasured memories ever is tied to that somehow. Just it's a bit funny, but
Of all films,
it
that is
does
a
have
weird
something
one,
to
yeah.
it has nothing to do with the film. It's simply the fact that it was like a camping trip to like a school was on like 10 years ago, and that film just happened to be on in the background. So like
Interesting.
it's weird.
Yeah.
But like I think just yesterday I think I finished First Class, which is like I maintain that's one of the best freaking comic book films ever because like it's just like it's a fucking awesome period piece by Matthew Vaughn, which is just like meh, just perfect.
Oh, it was
And
Matthew
like
Vaughn who directed it.
yeah, he did First Class, yeah.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah. Like and like he should have done a whole trilogy, just a whole trilogy of the prequel cast. Just like that shit would have been amazing. Is it gay thing? Everyone says Charles and Eric were gay, so yeah, a bit. There's a scene on a beach where like he's holding his arms and like saying like, "No, this was your fault, fuck you," which is most which is most gay romances, to be honest.
uh, oh yeah, the
But
person who I mentioned earlier, just to clarify, they misunderstood the title. Yeah, it's fine. This,
Retard.
yeah, we're giving a lot of time as well for people who are joining here as well. Just you know, if you haven't watched Legion, you quit the stream now and you watch the show and then you come back. Neb, I'm going to ban you right now from what you just said in chat. But anyway, Tin, you can finish what you're saying.
right, yeah, I've been rewatching them. There's some maps. Well, overall, the series has like a bunch of good shit because I've still got to get to rewatch Logan, which is like fucking, which is like a million miles high above them because like it's fucking Logan. And like it has some good, has some shit, which is yeah. But to be fair, like Legion is like technically part of it, so it balances out.
um, well, it is owned by Fox, but it's not part of the same universe.
That's the thing I always noticed about like both the series and like the movies. It's somewhat ambiguous of if it's within the movies or if it's like if it's with its own thing. Like,
Well, I think it would be
I,
very different if it was part of the same universe, considering how season 3 ends. But we'll get to that. I don't want to spoil Legion yet. I want to get into spoilers after we're done with the recommendation
yeah,
corner.
I'm done. I'm basically done. Yeah.
Yeah, all right then. Jabby, Jab,
Hello.
what do you have to recommend?
Well,
Stranger
I've only
Things
been
season 3. You love Stranger Things season 3.
I only have one thing to really recommend, and it is Stranger Things. It's I'm not going to be overly positive, like, oh my god, this is an amazing show, because it has its highs, it has some lows, but it's still good. It's a weird. It's hard to explain because I don't want to say spoilers because you're here. But season 3 is the worst. It is very meh. It doesn't know what it wants to be. You can say what you want now, but I'm not going to listen. Does not seem so from skimming it. That's about Groot. But anyway, season 3's mid. It's very much got the Thor Love and Thunder issue, but not to such a damaging degree. Season 2 was better than what people were saying. I expected it to be a hellfire. There's only one outright bad episode in that, from what I remember. Season 1's very good. Characters are good for the most part. Season 3 is at their worst. Save for the world building. I would recommend, but just don't buy into the hype because it's not going to reach the hype. It's too mainstream. Started season 4, have high hopes, but
Is that it? Are you done?
yeah, there's so much I could say about spoiling it. Yeah, there's so much I could say. Hopper's great. Hopper's my favorite character, although he gets stabbed in season 3. That's all else I gotta say.
Alrighty then. Um, It's my turn, because Neb doesn't
Fuck you,
count. Neb
Neb.
is a number, yeah. That's all you are to us, Neb, you're a number. Yeah, what I have to talk about is The Black Phone. It is a new Scott Derrickson film. They just released this month. I think he released a couple weeks ago in actually I think he released like to the day a month ago in the US and UK, and I watched it this week in theaters. And it's really really great. It's a very simple horror film. And the way it uses its horror elements to create allegories for the themes of the story, which is basically all about domestic abuse, with because the dad is just, fucking hits his children, emotionally abuses them and everything like that. Yeah, I know, right, Jeb? You'd love him. Very sympathetic. And they use a lot of the horror to mirror that and make allegories for that, and it deals with its themes in a very mature way. And so yeah, it's a really great film. Ethan Hawke is fantastic in it, and yeah, I really recommend it. And Scott Derrickson, good on you for quitting Multiverse of Madness to do this. You made the right choice, my dude. um yeah, Zod, it is your turn. What do you have to recommend?
Uh, hmm. Well, I'll recommend Morbius because it's incredible and
And you watched that for
made me
some
cry,
reason?
and, yeah, it's not my fault.
It's not my fault.
What I'll actually recommend is Jojo Rabbit
I
because I
just
watched that.
farted.
Thanks, Cheb.
Well done.
Jojo Rabbit, I agree.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah, I watched that. Not last week, the week before. Before that was supposed to be streamed last week, but anyway, yeah, I watched that, and it's so much better than you sort of actually expect it to be, just based off the premise. But a little kid who wants to be a Nazi and has Hitler as an imaginary friend. It's quite wild as a premise for a film, but you don't expect it to really have like real emotion and just brilliant character work, but it just does all the way through. But obviously, there's a lot of comedy throughout as well.
What the fuck?
And
Sorry.
If we're gonna point out every time Neb changes his profile picture, we're gonna be here all day.
No, that's not what I was doing. I saw what Tim posted about Harry Osborn, Amadeus Cho, and Nico Minoru. He's going to be a Spider-Man freshman year.
Wait, really?
Yeah,
Just announced it.
yeah.
Nick- I did not expect that. Alright.
It can't be canon, surely.
how does it
Unless it just brings up Harry.
Anyway,
Anyway,
Zod.
Zod.
Jojo Rabbit.
Yeah, there's a lot of comedy, not sprinkled through it, and really great comedy as well. But what you're really there for is just you stay for the characters really, and it's weird how well just
Shit,
everyone's-
Charlie Cox is in that. Sorry.
You okay, Jeb?
Yeah, Daredevil's in it. Voiced by Charlie
Oh.
Cox.
What?
Neb just sent the link.
And we'll team up with Spiderman. What the fuck?
I can't. I gotta copy the fucking link because Neb sent it like 5 times. But yeah. Yeah, I click on it and then my browser's just like, this link doesn't exist. The fuck you doing?
It can't be MCU canon. Like,
Voice
surely.
Daredevil. Yeah. That's interesting.
Unless
Yeah,
it's...
can't be. No way.
'cause I thought it was before he becomes, like, proper Spider-Man.
I thought that was the idea. Yeah.
What the fuck is happening, Disney?
I don't fucking know. Anyway,
Tom Holland
Jojo
will
Rabbit,
not-
you're there for the characters. I agree. Go on. Or, unless you're done. I don't know. Jeb has interrupted you a few times now.
Streaming in 2024 animated. I'm sorry.
No, it's yeah, it's a very interesting Spider-Man freshman year, of course. Um, yeah. I've lost my train of thought now.
Yeah, it's fine.
It is a
I
it
agree
is a
with
prequel.
Zod. Jojo Rabbit is tied for my favorite film ever with Her and Everything Everywhere All at Once. So I do
I'm
highly
so
recommend it.
confused.
I ignore Jeb. He's having an aneurysm, but that's fine.
But it's meant to be MCU canon now. This is the problem. Apparently it was. It's meant to be a prequel.
Yes, argue with Neb, the person people can't see. Anyway, yeah, Zod, very base for mentioning Jojo Rabbit. I think it's a fantastic film, and I love the way Taika mentioned about using Hitler as a character and then playing Hitler himself, and how he said he wouldn't do any research as to how to add mannerisms or like portray Hitler with any respect, because the point is he's trying to take respect away from Hitler to make him a joke. So I really do like that he did that. He making him like over the top and silly. It really adds to like the point that the film is making, which I think is really great. And having obviously like a Nazi kid being the hero of the film is super interesting. So yeah, good choice.
Speed Demon versus Spider-Man.
Yo, we got a big Legion fan in chat apparently using they shared a quote from season 2. Well, that quote isn't a lot of episodes, but it appears for the first time in
Let's see
season 2.
what.
Gods make rules, they don't follow them. But
Yeah, that is a quote.
it is. So now that we've got the recommendation corner out of the way, and now that we know that Jeb will probably have many aneurysms during this stream because Comic-Con, we can start talking about Legion. So yeah, what I gotta say,
What is
shut the fuck up. So what I gotta say about Legion is that we will be spoiling the entire show, because it is my favorite show. I think it is. It's quite clear you should watch it before you watch this stream. So if you haven't watched Legion, I recommend turning off the stream now, watching the show, and then watching the stream, whenever you can. Because Jeb, do you have a fan turned on?
yes.
Yeah, I can hear it. Don't be cringe.
It's on its lowest setting, and
You can
it's
change the
quite-
gain on Discord if you need.
Sure.
Sure.
Well,
Alright.
let me do that now.
Yeah, but I watch Legion. Can you mute yourself while you do that, Jeb? Jesus Christ,
No.
I hate you. But yeah, watch Legion, and we will start talking about it and spoiling all of it. Starting now. So yeah, this is the point where spoilers are warranted. Before I start going through the show, which I plan to go through it like chronologically. Tin, are you hitting your mic? What's going on? Why is everyone making noises? Jesus
I
Christ.
thought I was muted. Sorry, I was trying to get my gain down. My bad.
All right. Is the silly things discussion done yet? Yes, we've started to talk about Legion, Shandy. But anyway, Legion, yes. I would like to ask where season 1 was a masterpiece and she was really good, especially the time travel concept. Season 3 was not that good, not gonna lie. You are wrong. All 3 seasons are perfect. But yeah, we'll get into that. Sorry, I'm quite passionate about the show, but yeah, I do want to ask, from left to right, what you thought of the show. Just like, go for as long as you want. Say whatever you want about the show. Tin, what do you think about Legion? We watch together, you, me, and Zod. So, what would you like to share about it? Your experience with the show?
So, well, this was like we started watching like for maybe like a year or so after we like it was around in like January-ish of like last year, I think, wasn't it? Like we all
Jesus, was it
started
that
watching
long?
TV shows. I think so. I don't know. The last year just sort of blended together. So
Yeah, I can relate.
like you like as you say, as everyone knows, it's what you talk about a lot.
Mm.
So like so I had a bit of an idea before, so where it was like a very psychedelic. It dealt with pretty heavy shit involving like mental health and what makes a good person, all that stuff. It's like I had an idea, but like actually going in, it felt like a really different experience because like the visuals are just psychedelic. They're fucking psychedelic. Like like it's one of the few comic book shows or anything comic related that I've seen lately where like the visuals provide like a good half of the show in terms of its identity. Where like
Mm-hmm.
to to put it in a good way, this feels like what a Doctor Strange film should feel like. Like especially since the fact that they use fucking Dark Side of the Moon as like their blueprint. Like it has that sort of visuals which I love. And of course, like the very uh, I don't know what it is. I guess like with season one, how like it shifts from like I guess like literal mindset to like the real world and back and forth a lot. It's like it can come across as confusing, I guess, if you don't think about it, but it just gives it that sort of eerie sort of what the fucky sort of feel, which I love, which I like. And then like,
Yeah.
wait, can we spoil the show in our sort of talk here?
Yes.
Yeah. The
No,
point
like-
is to spoil the show.
Yeah, I already said, but it's fine. It's not like
I know,
Tin pays attention to what I say. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Episode one. But
Also, good point.
also season 2, how it ups it and like, and how it ups it with like everything from like the use of like just music from because like how season 1 had like that pretty good sequence with Letty in her version of Clockworks, which was something.
Yeah,
What
the
if
amount in
early
prison.
2023?
Yeah. And of course, like in the finale, was it the finale? Yeah, it was the finale where they used "Breathe" by Pink Floyd, which
Yes, it was the finale of season 1. Yeah.
and I've been rewatching that scene because like you brought up that they use it, and like I think that was before I actually listened to that album in full, so I didn't clock that it was actually Pink Floyd. So
Well, because the soundtrack of the show feels so Pink Floyd. It actually feels like it's part of the soundtrack, like as in like the score by Jeff Russo.
I think when I watched it, I never actually clocked that it was a separate song. I just thought it was part of the soundtrack.
Yeah, the first few times I watched it as well, but then I started to listen to more Pink Floyd, and I was like, oh, I recognize this. This isn't from the score. This is actually like a song.
Yeah, and of course, like in season 2, they have the fucking awesome behind blue eyes scene, which is like one of the best fights in any comic book film or show ever.
Yes.
It's like, and I'm still baffled by how anyone says the fucking music fight in Multiverse of Madness is better. Like how in the fuck?
I don't understand how people's brains work here.
Like, because like when you deal with something like a psychic battle, the potential is literally limitless. Like you can go through anything, and they still manage to show like a brilliant visual representation, while also showing that yes, this is how psychics would fight. With like showing like great big animated versions of themselves while they're just so they're floating. It's like a pretty neat visual to represent how like important and wild shit happens while in the mind.
Mm.
Oh,
It's great.
gonna have a what if season 3?
Okay, Joe.
No, this is not good. Shut the fuck up.
I didn't say it was good. I just didn't want you to interrupt 10.
Sorry, Ten. I love you.
Okay.
Mwah.
Anyway,
Uh,
what was I saying? Oh yeah, the fight. And yeah, with season 2, I love it when shows like just sort of subvert like sort of classic things because like we realize that like David isn't exactly a very good person.
No,
Like
not
he's
really.
basically
No,
flipped. What are you saying?
no, I agree. I'm saying he's not really a good person.
Yeah, like how it's flipped that he's basically it's weird because like he's still technically the protagonist, but he's more so a villainous role, I guess. Like after season 2,
Mm-hmm.
like I like that. Like I like how it just sort of flips the show completely on its head, like and gives us and leads into season 3, which like revolves around the team trying to find David and trying to hunt him down, all while throwing time travel into the mix. It's like the show keeps on changing itself every season to like show another level to sort of, I guess. I don't want to keep on saying what the fuck your psychedelicness, but like that's the sort of general idea. Like,
Yeah, I get what you mean. It has a consistent tone while also like
like,
having very new
like,
things for
What's
each
like a
season.
do? I'll see if I can sort it further.
how out there without how out there the sort of ideas are like,
Mm-hmm.
and also because like I didn't know much about the show in the start, but I did know that David was like the son of Charles Xavier, so like I knew
Right.
that part. And like in season 3, we actually get to meet a young Charles Xavier who's played. Like I've been watching stuff, and he's actually really, really brilliantly played by Harry Lloyd.
He is. He
Like,
really is.
like I already loved him as like I think he's got like brother of mine in Family of Blood. Like,
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
like
All I know is like he's that one guy from Family of Blood. He also plays Victor in Arcane.
like I realized that because
Victor.
in like Arcane, I was watching one of the episodes and like there was a bit with Victor where like we see his childhood up to his adulthood. And I was like, I'm really impressed with his voice acting. I looked it up, and oh, it's Harry Lloyd. Like,
Yeah. I was
that's
very
what he's
surprised because he
become
doesn't
like.
really sound like he does in Legion. It's really impressive.
Yeah,
He puts on that accent. It's super really good
I
voice
generally
actor.
thought it was like someone who had that accent, but he does really well. And like one thing I can definitely praise him for in this show is that while he isn't doing a Patrick Stewart or James McAvoy sort of impression, he feels like
His own
a good
version.
blend of he feels like a good blend of them while still being his own version of Charles Xavier, which
Yeah.
I like because like it'll be very easy just to get because like they referenced Xavier being Patrick Stewart in like in season 1 where like David does like a bit of a Patrick Stewart voice when he says, "Honey, I'm home. Give me some sugar," like that sort of thing, and even showing like the wheelchair, which was very much based on the film version, but like
Yeah.
this version, it still feels like Charles. Like for example, one scene I'm rewatching is the scene where him and David properly meet, and like they meet up, and like one line stuck out to me was when Charles asks who Switch is, and David says, "Oh, she's nobody. She's just how to get here," and he says, "Nobody's a nobody." Like that feels like something he would say as like a sort of loving teacher sort of role he has in the future, which it's a small thing, but I just love like the sort of how you can see how he would maybe become like the sort of I guess father figure for mutants in the future, which is
Mhm.
really great. And even just that sort of final sort of couple episodes with him where like him and Fook like you don't expect like like the main villain and the sort of person who we know is like I guess one of the main heroes, I guess. To like just sit down and have a chat, and that's how things are resolved. But like, it's just really well done because like we'll have someone who is David's father, like biologically, but didn't raise them,
Mhm.
and we have someone who technically isn't David's father, but basically raised him and sees him as the son, and them chatting it out, and that's how like the main conflict is resolved, which is just something that should be done more. And if in case you're asking, yes, that is my dog barking, and I can't do anything because I'll have to shout to make him stop.
Put your dog down.
Oh my Christ. Don't leave the doggo alone.
Just 1 second.
Yeah, okay. Well, considering 10 has to deal with that, I do want to mention Barry Allen said, "All of you sound so feminine." I want to thank you for that comment. Boosted my self-esteem a lot right now. And he also said, "No Madvocate in this stream." Yeah, Madvocate is not on most ECUMs. He was on the last one because of we're covering a video about him, and we do have the reactions with him for Flash, so that's why you see him like weekly. But yeah, Madvocate is not a host. He's just a guest occasionally, and he was on the previous one as well, where we talked about Kenobi. So I'm sorry if you're disappointed, Barry Allen. I know how much you love Madvocate, but you're gonna see him Thursday again once episode 15 of season 8, our reaction comes out. So yeah, don't worry.
Death Dealer is there, like.
Also, Legion in a Cult means multiple demons living in one body. Yeah, that is part of the show. Yes, because David has multiple personalities living in his body, so it is actually makes sense for him to be called that. Some might say. Tin, have you dealt with your dog?
Yeah, he's shut up now. But what was yeah, but stuff with Farouk, yeah, like, and yeah, he's just generally a fantastic villain. How like we never actually see like his face, I guess, from all of season 1. How like he's just jumping from body to body, but you still feel like his overall presence and just sort of looming threat. Like very few villains can actually like be a genuine sort of threat and like someone that can be intimidating, and you never actually know what they properly look like until the second season.
Mm-hmm.
And even just like when he's in like the bodies of people, like when he possesses Lenny, Aubrey Plaza does really well, like just as just with the mannerisms and everything. I just love her in that sort of role. And even just like slightly speak on the acting, I love Dan Stevens as David, because like the thing with his accent is it does kind of sound like the stereotypical sort of Doctor House accent, the gravelly sort of accent that most Brits put on to sound American. But like even when it does sound like that, sometimes he still does really well with it, and like he always gives like a fucking standout performance. And like, and honest to God, the fact that he could sing Behind Blue Eyes and Mother with that accent on and still give a fucking banging performance with it is just awesome.
But to be fair, most British singers sing in like an American accent because it's easier to sing like that.
Yeah, sure.
So yeah, but it's still, yeah, he has an amazing voice. Fucking Beauty and the Beast really wasted him.
Yeah.
Because
I hate how like it must have been a while ago when my sister said who would I want to be the next Doctor, and I threw out Dan Stevens because we had been watching the show for a bit, and she said, "Oh, the guy from Beating the Beast."
Yeah,
I crumbled on the inside of it.
Yeah, it makes me want to die when people don't know how good Dan Stevens is. Well, most actors in Legion, people don't know how good they are because they haven't been in a lot of stuff, which I think is to the show's benefit, but I'll get to that when I talk about the show.
Yeah. And, what else do I like? Fuck, I forgot his name.
I will know the name, just ask me who.
Clark's actor. What?
Clark? Hamish Linklater.
Hamish Linklater, yeah, like, because obviously I think we like in between. Like,
sorry, I this is warranted.
Sorry, Jay. Go ahead, Skye.
No, it's just Aquafina. Fucking what's her name? Katie? Is that it? From Shang-Chi?
Oh, I wasn't on about that.
Oh, you weren't? Because I think that's really funny that she has she's part of the What If thingy, the Marvel Zombies thing.
I was on about Barry said at Skye, say 3 positive things about Flash TV show because I gotta go fast.
Oh, that no, I'm saving it for when Tin is done. But yeah.
I just thought of Sonic.
Oh my God, Barry agrees the Legion was amazing. Oh yes, Barry, you have a
could come
correct
on
take. Yes,
you could be a guest
yeah.
right now.
DM me on Discord. I'm gonna add you to Discord. I'm not okay. Just don't even
I
try.
will. I actually will. If you DM me, I promise.
Ugh.
No one could stop me.
All right.
I own.
Anyway, 10. Yeah, Hamish Linklater is great.
Yeah, because just wondering, am I roboting right
No,
now?
no, you sound great. Don't worry.
Right, yeah, just checking because like, they're lag, so I'll fix that once I'm done. But like, we watched Midnight Mass like between like watching episodes, so like, it wasn't until I saw that I realized how much of a fucking fantastic actor he is, and like once he came back for like season for the season 1 finale and season 2, that's when I realized how good he can be, especially that sort of montage where we catch up with him after the first episode where he's like half burnt up and how he's had to like like,
They just called you a fag.
Bruh, don't be a fag. Say pretty positive things right now. Barry, amazing. You fucking called. Wow. uh, this man, I swear to God. Loki tries to be Legion, but it sucks. Anyway, three positive things. I'm gonna say 3 positive things just for you, Barry. I don't want you to think like negative of me. All right, if you can say anything positive, I declare you coward, like I declared Medvedev a coward. Barry, you're the best. No, sorry.
Don't mute him. Don't mute him. He's perfect.
Yeah, it's fine. We've been dealing with him for a while. No, 3 positive things. Grant Gustin is great. The soundtrack is mostly good. Tom Cavanaugh as Reverse Flash is a fantastic casting. Or even as well. Like every Wells he plays, he's perfect as. So yeah. Anyway.
Now it's my turn to say thing.
Oh yeah, you also have Chuya. Fucking.
This is tough. The characters are amazing. They bring me so much joy in their downright stupidity. The show cures my depression and how funnily bad it is. And the music's good. I like the music.
Yeah, the soundtrack's good. All right. You mentioned Hamish Linklater. Is there anything else you would like to say, Tin?
I
think she dropped something.
Just my everything is lagging, and also that was like a plug or something.
All right.
Just wondering, am I roboting? Just
now you did a bit, yeah.
It's. My.
Yeah, you seem to be lagging now. Yeah, that's fun. I guess we can go to Jeb while Tin sorts her stuff out. Jeb, what do you think about Legion? You've watched the show twice, once with me, once alone, being a cringe lord. What do you think about the show?
So I'll probably start from the first time I've seen it, and then I'll go to how I felt the second time. The first time, I remember when it first ever came out, the marketing wasn't very good because obviously, I think FX is more American, if I remember correctly. So you won't get it as much here. So marketing was minimal, and my friends that were into Marvel never heard of this. So I couldn't speak to it with them, but my dad was really interested because he found it. Hey, fuck you! I'm gonna beat your mum to death. Full of blood is gonna be your mum. So anyway, so my dad was interested because he isn't much of a comic book movie fan or comic book show, but he loves it when it goes unique and really into psychological things and that. So, right up his alley. And I'd watch an episode first, and then he would watch the episode when he had time because he was working. I'd watch it in college during my A levels, based. and Bold Guy, yes. Um, and yeah, I found it the best superhero related content I've ever seen because I think it does what a lot of great ones do. It understands that just because you're a comic book show or film, you're not confined to tropes of it. The sky's the limit, basically. Be creative, be imaginative, do the writing how you. And Legion really does that with Noah Hawley. And it's a clear, defined story, and tackling so many different topics in excellent ways, whether it be David's schizophrenia in conjunction with his powers, um, his neglect as a child, his addictions due to his mental health, Reptin,
She's fixing
um,
her shit. Just yeah.
um, even side characters such as Sid with her inability to be touched, and that impacts her and her own personal
Did you really
history.
just call Sid a side character? I'm sorry, but what?
Alright, I'll go main characters. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
Um,
because like when you mentioned side character, I thought you meant like the carries or Ptolemy. I didn't think you meant fucking Sid, because she's she's one of the main characters, I'm afraid.
and I find that each character, their powers represent a different mental disability or illness of some form, and how one copes with that. So, like with the carries, that's a form, like with David, split personality disorder, or whatever. Like, Um, so that's what I got for the first time. That I found it excellent. I'm so confused too. Okay. Then came the second time, and I watched it with Skye and Drone when we first met, and then till last year.
Yeah, we finished it last year. We watched season 3 with Neb, the person in the middle. Here, who's dressed as Tin. Yes.
That Neb, that doesn't refute what I said. If I said Sid wasn't a character, it would. But anyway, so yeah, I watched it with Skye, and because Skye is basically the encyclopedia. Shut the fuck up, Neb. Encyclopedia on Legion, stuff that I didn't notice the first time, or stuff I might not even notice this time. Skye was able to point out, and I was able to discuss it, see further into the layers of the show. And when it comes to the next rewatch, it'll be the same, and the next one, and the next one, because even Skye to this very day is finding nice small details from the show
And
due
I've
to how
watched
layered.
it 10 times. Yes.
Even I remember recently you noticed a detail. I can't remember what it was.
Um, recently.
Yes, you noticed a detail. I know that.
Let me see if I can find what it is. But yeah, go on.
And I find the best shows can do that, where you can go so much into the exploration of characters' world that you could go 10 rewatches in, and not only does it feel fresh, but also familiar, and you get new and enhance the old things, and once you watch it. And I think it's a shame that we're never going to get a show like it again for the medium.
Yeah.
What with Disney Plus shows being garbage and basically corporate slut. DC could. DC could do it, but they haven't committed.
Oh, I'd say, did you? Yeah, it sounded like corporate slut because you cut out at the end. But anyway, DC did Doom Patrol. Wasn't that like, I haven't watched it, but I heard it's very much like Legion, in that sense.
It could be. I haven't seen
At least
it,
in
but
the
based
like the in presentation. I find it very hard that the show would be as good in terms of like writing, but in presentation I've heard it's quite similar.
it's been very much like, because I haven't seen Doom Patrol, but it's very much like I just can't fathom why uh, another comic book product tries to do what Legion did. Obviously its own thing, and I think you could really do that with Batman villains. I think you could do that perfectly with them. But they just won't. and it's a shame.
Well, I mean, like the
Because
Mad
the
Hatter is one that is just
Yeah.
perfect to do something like that. Yeah.
Well, you could generally, if you had the budget, you could do an entire like Joker series. I know he's overused, but you could redo that
Well,
part
I
of the
think we
film.
mentioned that in our Barry, you said you were gonna leave. Can you please just stop being cringe? Jesus Christ. Um, we mentioned in our Batman coverage about the Arkham Asylum TV show that they're doing and how they could do like a Legion style show for that could work really well with the villains, because being an asylum, obviously you can do it, kind of like Clockworks. I think it could work really well to explore the villains in that sense and set up some villains for like future, and also explore smaller villains while leaving the bigger villains for the films. So yeah, DC I think has a bigger chance, and especially because of how the interesting characters to do this concept with are now owned by Disney when before they were owned by Fox. I think it is quite like, yeah, I can't see them doing it properly.
I mean, yeah, it's just like I don't know. I just want another 9 out of 10 minimum superhero show. I think Legion's a 10.
Yeah.
It's that good. I do think it's a 10. It's better than Agents of Shield, and I'm all over that show. I think Legion has better character writing than it, um, and that's a very high bar.
It is a very high bar, especially considering 7 seasons of Agents of Shield. But
Yeah, especially with characters like Fitz and
yeah,
the stuff they had to do with Coulson, um, Legion. And the thing is, what's really nice about it is not no one's heard of Legion as a character really. He's not a known character
yeah,
from the comic, so that kind of add to its uniqueness. And I'm quite glad it's still a hidden gem, so to speak,
hmm
because whilst the Guardians are safe because of James Gunn, I'd be scared if like Disney thought, oh, we want to do something Legion and miss the entire point of that character.
yeah. The reason Legion worked is because of Noah Hawley, because it wasn't like we want the Legion show, let's hire someone. It was like we want FX went to Noah Hawley and we're like, we want to make an X-Men show, and Noah Hawley chose Legion as a character to explore, and then he came up with the concept of what he wanted, which I think is a much better way to do it, rather than keep ordering like, oh, we want thing about this character, and kind of force the writers into something. Jesus Christ, Neb, you suck. But because like Noah Hawley, he had a very clear vision of what he wanted to do with the show, and I think that's just beautiful.
And what's really neat. It still has some of the familiar things you know about the X-Men. So you had Professor X in the show, because obviously that's Legion's dad, and whilst it's not Patrick Stewart or James McAvoy, the actor is a very underappreciated Professor X.
Yes.
It's annoying. Does he get recognized? Um,
Well, I personally
and
like his performance more than James McAvoy, but that's because I love because Legion is my favorite show. But they're all three really great actors who play the character, and not putting him on the same level as the other two really really does annoy me.
and I haven't even spoken about Farouk. I haven't even touched Farouk. Jesus Christ, Farouk is one of the best films I'll ever see, and he's not even like your typical villain, quote unquote, and that's what makes him so unique. Um, he's depicted as the foil to David, but as you go across the show, you see it's not a typical good guy versus bad guy. It's very much dealing with morally grey areas and how attachments can shape a person. Like Farouk originally was a pest that wanted revenge on Charles, but over the years growing up with David and seeing how he got through things, he started seeing him as a son, which leads him to work with Charles to resolve the situation.
Yeah, I
And it's
mean,
like,
season 3 is very much about like nature versus nurture, and we see like how much both David and Farouk had an influence on one another, and how like they changed from their like natural state because of it. which is something, as you said, which is really, really well done. I'm trying to interrupt as little as possible. I have a lot to say about this show. Sorry, go on, Jeff.
Um, yeah, as you said, and every scene with Farouk is captivating. Um, the one that sticks out is when he's with Lenny and he speaks about language and it
She says
defines
that
his
to
motivation.
David, but yeah.
Oh yeah, David. Lenny was in the place, but yeah.
Yeah, it's because he says that he's a refugee. Um, and David says that he says he's the villain, and then he mentions how the word comes from v- is it basically meaning like village or something, or someone ordinary, and it's like, I'm not ordinary. It's like, I'm a refugee. I've had to flee from my own body to survive. It's really interesting. It's like, and then David, and then he says, I just want to get you my body, and there's like, and then what you're gonna do? And he's like, gonna live in it, my dear. Uh, just fucking, enjoy my days. I don't remember where he says he's gonna spend his days, but yeah. And it kind of recontextualizes it, because we always thought it's like, Farouk just wants you, he's the bad guy clearly, and he just wants to destroy the world. But we never really understood it from like his perspective. Yeah. Anyway, sorry.
And there's also obviously I had the best. I know I keep saying best a lot, and it sounds hyperbolic. But to the chat, when I say it's the best, I don't have bias with Legion per se. I'm not like Skye. If anything, I have bias towards Agents of Shield. So for me to say it's best is like really high praise. But the best fight scene for a superhero material I've ever seen, with David versus Farouk behind Blue Eyes. Um, the creativity there is second to none. Um, and the actor of Farouk is saying it in a completely different language, and yet it still sounds in tune with the actual song.
Well, that's actually they did change the lyrics a bit to make it work better in terms of rhythm with the song when he was singing in ooh, I don't remember what language it was. It was like Parsi, Hindi, something like that. But it is like, it virtually means the same thing. It's just they did change it a bit to make it sound better, which is obviously really good attention to detail.
Yeah, and it has some of the best music set pieces. Whether you look at what's it called, what's wrong with love, something and understanding.
What's funny about
Well,
peace, love, and understanding? Yeah.
that's it. That's a masterpiece. That will drive anyone to tears.
Yes.
Um, that if you so was the official edit better? If you had that as the ending, it would still perfect.
Mm.
But the actual ending where they go to where they have David's mother, Charles Fruit work together. They're all trying to work together to change David's course of life so he doesn't become the way he is today. And they play Mother by Pink Floyd. And you have her speaking to him and you have him fighting with himself. Generally a masterpiece. And
Yeah.
to use and it's not like a typical climactic big final battle, because it shouldn't be. It's about a very personal experience. And that's why you have a dark background. It's just David there, and the song's it's not high octane thing, and it fits perfect with the show. Even does time travel right, this show. Even does time right.
Yeah. The No, I'll save it for later. I'm trying not to say everything, because I know that Zod still has to talk, and you both have said a lot. I just have so much to say about this show. Um. Yeah. Are you done, Zod? Jeb, or do you still have?
I think so. By the way, we should have Zod before you, but
I know.
um,
Yes. Don't worry.
yeah, Legion, 10 out of 10. For people who haven't seen it and seem fine with spoilers, put it on your list, put it as a priority. Trust me, you'll come out of that experience. You think maybe the Batman's defining comic book stuff. You think maybe Daredevil is, Punisher, Agency, or whatever this is. This is the highest standard. Can't get better.
I agree. Also, Jabber cutting out a bit. I don't know if you have like, if you have a VPN on or if you can use your data or something.
Can't use my data, and I don't have a V. They
Then
should
your internet
even
is
out.
just cringe, but it's fine. Yeah, I just want the studio asked if ECUM 75 is going to be the 2-year anniversary. It is not, because that'd mean we'd have to stream 25 ECUMs in like 11 weeks, which I think is kind of impossible. If anything, it'll be 60, but I wouldn't count on like a number. It's just going to be like on the day that we celebrate. I don't think the number is going to be really all that rounded like it was last year. So sorry about that if anyone cares about it. Last year we only did it to be 25 because of Brit, because he was like, oh, you got to make it 25. And so we were like, okay, so let's stream every week of September to get it to 25, even though we usually stream like once a month. So yeah. At any rate, yes, Zod, it's your time to shine. What do you have to say about Legion?
Well, personally, I think it would have been better if Michael Waldron wrote it, but
I hate you so much.
yeah, I have to agree that it's pretty much the best superhero material you can get, really. Just everything about it is extremely high quality. Like the visuals are just, they're constantly doing like extremely creative stuff with like camera angles and just lighting and everything. It's like you've always got, it's always gonna be like very appealing to look at. Like you can pretty much just grab wallpapers from every episode. It's very well done in terms of visuals. The music is always also just stellar work.
Oh, yeah, there's someone in chat who just wanted us to mention the score by Jeff Russo. We will, don't worry. As I'd mentioned, the music's really good. It's just there's a lot to talk about. Sorry, go on, Zod.
Yeah, I think probably like top moment for me still just has to be that Behind Blue Eyes, because it was mentioned before, but it's just like it's the just a perfect example of how to creatively do a battle between two people with those kinds of powers. It's like you've got the, like everyone talks about the part in Doctor Strange and with the music notes and how that's also creative, but no, you've got this scene. That's how you do a battle whilst implementing music. It looks excellent. It's extremely well sung, and just I keep saying creativity, but that's just what the show is. It's very creative with everything it does. The actors are always putting in their role. Just every given moment, you're never going to find a weak performance. Everyone's just perfectly cast, pretty much. Especially Dan Stevens. He just constantly knocking it out of the park. And it's just an interesting arc to watch him go through. Like, just him slowly descending more and more towards that darker path. And it's just so well earned, because there's something you have to be careful with in writing, like having your lead character turn down that more sort of evil path like that, because you have to build it up and set it up properly. Otherwise, it's just going to feel cheap and unearned. But they do it excellently, and the fact that by the end everything's resolved just with a conversation rather than a big spectacular battle. It's not much superhero stuff tends to take that direction. There's always got to be this big climactic battle, CGI everywhere, all that sort of thing. But just having two characters sit down and chat and work out their issues that way. It's just so brilliant. And yeah, it's been said before, but Farouk, just fantastic villain. He's so well played, so just constantly charming, and just so well developed. And yeah, it's just a top. It's pretty much it's the best like superhero content I think I've seen,
Nice.
and the and it's got a lot of very hot women in it, so yeah, that as well.
Based.
Sim.
No. He's
Um,
based. Rachel Keller
No
is
problem,
just
yes.
another level of being hot, honestly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Sim.
You done, Denzon?
Yep, it's your turn now.
Hey, yeah, no, you see, because I'm me, I'm just not gonna like summarize my thoughts. What we're gonna do now, which was the point of what I wanted to do when we started this stream, is we're gonna go, fucking posting the
Black.
It Ready Home to You fucking lyrics, Jesus Christ. Don't spam though.
Oh, so then it's got to be another unit.
What?
If Norman Osborn's replaced with Tony Stark, it's got to be another unit.
It can be another unit because you cut out.
Another universe.
Yeah, it seems like it. At any rate, what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go through Legion chronologically, because we can do that here. We have the ability to do that. So, yeah, I'll try to summarize it as best as possible, but there's also the fact that I'm not sure how well I'm gonna be able to do that, considering I want to talk about everything in this show. So we'll see. But yes. Let's get started with how the show starts. It starts with baby David. Look at this little fella, how cute. And we see a montage of him growing up. And we also see, I want to point out something in this shot. How in this shot of baby David here, we see a little devil with yellow eyes. Isn't that interesting? It's very interesting. The first scene of the show, we already have devil with yellow eyes. And the scene has Happy Jack by The Who playing, which is a very interesting choice for song. I will only mention that it is a very good song, and I won't mention all the the deeper meaning that the song has right now, because I do want to get this done by the end of the day, this stream. But yeah, we see him growing up. We see how he's tormented inside his mind, and then we see him trying to hanging himself. And then we have a brilliant transition from the extension cord he used to hang himself. It becomes a birthday candle from his sister singing him happy birthday from Clockworks, which is the mental institution he's in, which I find a fantastic to do in terms of like a contrast of how him killing himself and then going to her singing happy birthday. It's something this show does a lot, is this dark kind of like humor, I guess, sometimes. I don't know if I'd count this as dark humor, but it's definitely like a very dark play on like what happy birthday is, especially once we learn that he's been in Clockworks for 5 years, and he's kind of going insane there, to basically like just mind-numbingly bored. It's nothing to do, because basically his life is over. He can't leave because the doctors don't believe him when he says he's better, and when he does say he's sick, they just make him take more drugs, and it seems like it's a never-ending cycle, which is sad. Also, by the way, if you any of you three have anything to say, just interrupt me, because I will have many things to say. So just
I have something to say.
All right, Jeb, what do you have to say?
Devil with yellow eyes, in case people didn't know, is for
Oh yeah, that's a good point. There are no Happy Jacks. I agree, Nam. But yeah, anyway, then we see him at Clockworks. We meet Lenny, who's played by Aubrey Plaza, brilliantly. She's amazing. And then we see Sid, played by Rachel Keller, who does not like to be touched. And then we see David having a nightmare. Oh no. I'll try to move as fast as I can. then they have a therapy session where David mentions his state of mind, and also really like that he does mention that, like, he doesn't mention explicitly, but he mentions that he did beat up his previous therapist, the one he had before he was put in this institution, called Dr. Poole. He says, you know, I know what I did to Dr. Poole, which is a neat detail because it's really well set up, as well as the fact that when he says that, he looks to his right to Lenny, which I think is very interesting because Farouk replaced his friend Benny with Lenny by that point, because he was using the Lenny mask to manipulate David. And so he thought Lenny was his friend before Clockworks, but in fact he wasn't. He met Lenny at Clockworks. So I think that's a neat detail. Let's see if it's this moment.
Like,
Sorry, what'd you say, Jeff?
you like Lee?
I do like Legion, Jeff.
Whoa!
But alrighty. So then we see Sid appearing, and we learn quite a bit about her character. She mentions how, you know, her disease doesn't actually like make you. Fuck's sake, Badvocate. My favorite part was when Mr. Legion said it's Legion time. Ugh.
League on time.
Yeah, but anyway, Sid mentions about like her sickness, how, you know, being categorized as a sickness is, you know, it's kind of arbitrary, because like who's to say what's sick and what's, you know, healthy, which I think speaks a lot about her character.
I loved that scene.
Yeah, she's, you know,
It's very
sorry. Go on.
It's very psychological, and it's actually something people have theories of, that people with certain issues are actually their reality is meant to be different, quote unquote, for unexplained scientific. They could provide information that we're just unaware of.
Mm-hmm.
But that's if you believe reality is entirely perceptive and stuff like that.
Yeah, which is something the show does love to tackle, the concept of reality, as it does in season 2 with one of the John Hamm narrations, starting with him saying, "A wise man once said, the reality is that in which when you stop believing in it, it doesn't go away." But then he goes on to talk about how like reality is based on perception, because you have like the dog's perception of a reality is different from you know, a beetle's perception of a reality, which is different from a human's perception of reality. And the perspective of reality of humans is the one that's the most captivating, considering we're the only people who go mad, because we know that, you know, we know that we think, basically, and it's a very interesting thing. But anyway, that's season 2. It's way ahead. But yeah, Sid says that, and she has a little conversation with David, because, you know, the doctor had said to Sid, like, oh, you know, all humans need physical contact to feel love, and then Sid says, well, you know, those old cartoons of like the fucking a person stranded on an island with like a single palm tree, when people say go to your happy place, that's what I think about. And then David says, that's sad. And she says, that's sad? You're in a mental hospital. All I'm saying is the thing. I'm going all of this from memory, but I think I'm getting the dialogue pretty much like verbatim.
Yes.
Well, all I'm saying is the fucking. I lost my train of thought because I was trying to brag. How dare. But yeah, what she says is, all I'm saying is, all the thing people say is crazy. How you see things and hear whatever voices. How I don't want to be handled. That's what makes you you. And I find that really interesting about how she understands the uniqueness of it. How like their state of mind characterizes them, and how that helps her find like some beauty in this like crazy mad world inside Clockworks. And it also shows as well that she really does want to leave Clockworks, which is going to be very important by episodes 6 and 7. But then David obviously is charmed by this, because firstly, she's Rachel Keller. Secondly, because what she said is a really interesting outlook, and it's way more positive than David has ever been, because because he is paranoid schizophrenic, or at least he's been diagnosed that way, and he has a personality disorder that's gone undiagnosed. He does feel like extremely depressed and feel like the world is like out to get him. So he has this victim complex, and so to see this different outlook where he isn't like a victim anymore, I think is really invigorating to him. Which is why he says, "Do you want to be my girlfriend?" And she says, "Yes, but don't touch me." And then we have a montage with She's Like a Rainbow playing, where the two of them are just bonding for a while, like eating cherry pie and yeah, just talking a bit.
And that song's gonna be crucial for their relationship.
I think, Jeb, you put your gain up to high, because I can barely hear you. You're cutting out like half the time you speak.
Okay, give me a sec.
I will give you a sec.
Is that better?
I don't know. You'd have to talk more, Jeb.
So that song you referenced is very essential for understanding their relationship.
Oh yes, definitely. And now you sound great, Jeb. I agree. The lyrics. I mean, the lyrics are very simple. She comes in colors everywhere. She combs her hair. She's like a rainbow. That was basically the gist of it. Changes the lyrics a bit, but the point being how she's basically the color that gives David like life. She's the the thing that has brightened his days at Clockworks after 5 years of just not being or not having had anything interesting happening. Which this all happened right after he said to Amy, his sister, when she came to visit him, that something new needs to happen soon, and then something new does happen, and it's him meeting the love of his life, basically. So yeah.
And is this in the montage? Is it the first time it establishes the lighting for what she means?
Yes, it's here. Got the shot here.
Yes.
Let me here. So you can see the blue lighting here in the day room, which they're walking towards. The point of the blue lighting in this show is to symbolize David's calm state of mind when he's happy, when he's he's doing good. Which is contrast with the earlier when he was having a nightmare. His room started to go all red, as you can see here. So it is a very interesting contrast. Again, I'm trying to keep it brief by skipping a few things, but yes. And then we have a conversation between them where Sid is looking out this window, and then she talks about how if you kind of focus your eyes and you look at the distance out the window, you can see yourself down there, because it's as if the hospital goes away, and it's like you're seeing that you're inside seeing yourself out there, basically kind of like an outer body experience that she has. But it does showcase how much she wants to leave Clockworks. As well, this shot has some amazing lighting. I think this shot specifically is beautiful, with the kind of golden hour lighting here, the more yellow, and then the blue from this side shows this calmness and stillness, but how she's like bringing light into David's life. It's very beautiful. Them holding hands with the fabric is cute. Very, especially considering, she said he can't touch her, which we'll learn why in a bit. But it is really great that, David is finding ways to show her affection despite her not wanting to be touched, which is also something that we're going to see here. Because David obviously being charmed by this, just looking at himself outside, as she said, he wants to show Sid that he appreciates her. So what he does here is he leans in, and she's like, "Whoa, what are you doing?" And he's like, "Don't worry, I'm not gonna touch you." And what he does is he lines up with the reflection so that he's kissing her in the reflection, which is just, I think, a really beautiful way to showcase them like getting closer together, despite her not wanting to be touched. David trying to get around that barrier in their relationship in some way. I think that's really, really beautiful. I love this scene a lot. I mentioned it in my video about relationships. Yeah, and then also how the lighting here becomes all red when David is about to be interrupted, because, as we'll learn, David is being interrogated by Clark, played by Hamish Linklater, the one and only.
He was in Midnight Mass.
He was, and he should have
Yes.
been nominated for an Emmy, but he wasn't. At any rate, yes, and he's being interrogated by Clark. Clark's trying to understand what happened at Clockworks. It's just building a mystery of what might have happened here. I'm gonna skip around a bit. I will go into more detail whenever I get around to making my critique. But yeah. Anyway, Jeb, what were you gonna say?
There's something we need to establish as well. Legion doesn't follow a conventional point A to B. It's not linear all the time.
Yes, and it does so because the show is viewed from the perspective of David. The show is inside his mind, basically, like not in like a literal sense we're seeing his point of view, but the way the show is edited and the presentation in terms of like lighting and everything, it's all from his perception, which is why like the show can get away with having like the red lighting coming on very strong on Sid and David's face when they're on the at the window, so that they can to showcase like his state of mind, which I think is a really good way to do it, to just like be making the show this way, like establishing this tone where it's not like a conventional show. It's not just like we're telling a story about these characters. Like, no, we're following this character's perception of his own story, which I think is way more interesting. Were you gonna say something, Tim?
Like sort of a non-linear sort of thing that happened in someone's mind. It reminded me of like how like whenever like you're thinking of something or have like a train of thought, how it can suddenly go from A to B or like just completely like just go back and forth on different things just within like a second, and that sort of works like a non-linear show. How like
Yeah.
For example, like I kind of talk to myself, which is like basically just how like I speak in my head, but like suddenly I can go on random tangents just I don't know where then go a tangent for that tangent. So like
Yeah, I did.
like that's a non-linear thing.
Yeah, I do the same. It's something especially people with ADHD do a lot. And especially because, like you said, like your mind jumping to like a lot of different things, a lot of trains of thought. David, by having a personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, his mind is even more so does that, which is why I think following the show from his perspective is so interesting. Because it works really well to portray that kind of like state of mind while also being a way to characterize David and how he perceives reality, which is going to be very important for the end of season 2 and season 3, once we learn about how his view of reality is kind of twisted. Jeb, were you gonna say something? Oh, sorry, Tim. Were you done or?
Yeah, I'm done. Yeah.
Jeb, were you gonna say something? Because I think you started to talk.
Oh yeah. To add as well, a key thing for people that want to watch Legion, every detail matters, and whilst the show can seem overwhelming and following because it's non-linear, especially for first time, it will make sense. Just stick with it.
Yes.
Just understand that this isn't traditional, and this is what it would be like if you had split personality disorder alongside other mental illnesses.
Yeah, and this is something I wanted to mention as you, I don't know, I think it was when Tin was talking about the show, but it's something that Noah Hawley has said about the show is that he made it in a way where the first time you watch it, it's supposed to be confusing, because he made the show as like the experience of the show is at the forefront. So you have this extremely overwhelming and different experience, and it's kind of like you're there to just witness all of it, like take it all in. And then once you rewatch it, it's when you start noticing how the story ties together, how the details work together to build the show, and how it's not a show supposed to just like you watch it once and you're like, well, I didn't understand anything, that sucks. It's like you're supposed to like appreciate the experience first, and then do the understand the story on a second watch. Once you go through it again, you're like, oh, I see how this connects to that and that. It was designed this way to be that confusing, and I think it adds a lot to the experience as well, because like Jeb said, every time I watch this show, I find new things, and I have watched the show literally 10 times, well, over 10 times, but rounding down.
Indeed.
Yeah. First episode was confusing for myself, but after that, relatively smooth sailing. Yeah, I think the first episode is a bit harder to follow, but once you get like a grasp of what the tone is and what like point of view we're following, I think it gets easier. But anyway, Clark asks David about what happened at Clockworks. David mentions how he tried to hang himself, but he's like, no, that's not important. And then Clark's like, wait, do you think it's important? And tells the story. And then he tells about how he was talking to his therapist about him hanging himself. And it's a very small conversation, but the therapist basically, we hear David talking about how he tried to hang himself, and the therapist is like, oh, but well, he doesn't say anything. He thinks it, but because David is a telepath, he hears it, not by his choice. He hears it by accident, but he thinks that, well, it's interesting that you say that, but the police found no rope, didn't find the extension cord in your house. They only found rope marks on your neck. So he doesn't. That's already establishing a few things. I think the most important is that we realize that Farouk basically saved David by doing that. As far as I understand it, because Farouk doesn't want David to die because it's his vessel. And so once David tried to hang himself, Farouk deleted the extension cord to save David and to remain inside David's body longer, to feed on his powers to get stronger, as he had been doing for years since he got inside David's body. But yeah, this already, I think it works well to start characterizing Farouk as to like what his plan is. But yeah, then David mentions about how he ended up hanging himself, how he had a fight with his girlfriend Philly, and how he got overwhelmed. And we see these shots of the kitchen all destroyed, everything falling down. You think, man, that was a big fight, wasn't it? But that's not really the case. As we'll learn in a bit, what happened at the kitchen was a bit different. But yeah, he tried hanging himself, and his Dr. Kissinger asks how David feels, and he says he's better. But again, Kissinger doesn't seem like he's believing him, which, yeah, nobody seemed to believe him by that point, that David was getting better. Yeah, and then we continue with the interrogation. David starts to feel a bit overwhelmed, and then he continues telling the story. And then we see him sleeping, and we see Sid, good old Sid, coming to his room, and tells him to scoot over. And then she gets on the bed, and they have a little conversation, and Sid says she is leaving the next day, and that David has to get better, so he can come home too, which I think is really interesting. Well, firstly, I think it's really great that we see a few flashes of the dream David was having before, one of which was them just together at a house here, if they live together, and they just it's something that David really wants. It's interesting that he's seeing a future with her, because if it was David before Clockworks, he never would see something like that. So we can already see a lot of the things that Sid, just her presence in David's life, has changed. I also love how David's expression just drops once she says she's leaving. As you can see here, his face, he had a big smile, then he starts looking very upset, and then he looks away because he starts crying. He wants to hide it from Sid. It's like, I'm happy for you, but actually I'm not, because you're leaving me, and he thinks he's doomed to stay at Clockworks forever. So yeah. Oh yeah, and then he leans in to try to kiss her, but she doesn't let him, which is obviously, we know she has the thing about people not touching her. She said she's gotten better and that she's leaving the next day, but if she doesn't want to let him touch her, it's interesting what that would mean. As we'll see, it's because of her powers. But anyway, David continues. Then we cut back to the interrogation. Clark continues pushing, and David's like, "Yo, can we take a break? It's a bit overwhelming." And then we have this great oneer for like 50 seconds where we see Clark walking around this little stage area that they created at like a pool, with a bunch of soldiers for this thing called the Division 3, which we'll learn later in the show, but it's basically a government division tasked with taking care of mutant threats around the world. And the reason why they picked David up is because they think he might be the most powerful mutant they've ever encountered. And then, this guy here, his Clark's boss, says, maybe we should kill him. And Clark's like, nah, give me till the end of the day. We'll see what else we can get from him. Because if he really is that powerful, maybe we can use him. And if not, we have the gas. And that's like the biggest mistake anyone in this universe could have made. And Clark even admits so in season 3 that he let David live, that he should have killed him up front. Because, yeah, that led to many occurrences from then on. And I also love when they're mentioning about David's how erratic David is and how powerful he is. They have this shot of this little cage here with a dog inside and the red lighting in it, which represents basically how David's rageful and dark side and powerful side is all like stuck in a cage at this point, and you can't let it out. And then later we will see the cage being open once David does let his powers loose. So, yeah. Very good visual symbolism from this show, as it often does have that great visual storytelling. But yeah, then we see David in the room with this guy called The Eye, who then, leaves this little wolf carving there, making it clearer, I think, that the wolf, the dog that is inside the cage, means David. And then we see David thinking about, his fight with Philly. And then we have this interesting scene where after he lashes out at Philly, he goes to his kitchen, and then, it's weird, nothing is happening. Then we hear some rattling from David's right. And then, I want to show this thingy here. I don't even know what it is, actually. I don't want to get hit by copyright. All right, here, I guess a donut holder. It cracks open, and then after that, David looks around his kitchen and he sees everything is rattling, and then there's a fucking kitchen tornado that happens where everything starts like spinning out of control. I want to show the specific shot. I'm gonna put this cover on so copyright doesn't fuck us. This shot is the one I want. The reason I want to show this shot is fucking. Firstly, because considering the budget of this show, making this shot look this good is very insane. And secondly, because they did this entire sequence practically. They blended 2 shots. They had the shot of David here, and then they did the kitchen tornado with, the hydrogen thingies blasting the drawers and, everything here. And it just simply blended the 2 shots. But yeah, this is practical, which is great. Obviously, there are a few CG things like the playing cards, and there's a moment with a knife here that cuts David's face. But yeah, I think it's a really cool visual. And yeah, this show is extremely low budget. Considering how good it looks, it's really impressive. But then we also get here a little look at the devil with yellow eyes sitting in the corner there. Showing how he's a looming like dark presence in David's life. And this could mean a few things. Could mean just like him observing how David's powers have grown over the years, and how Farouk could use that. Because later in the season we learned that Farouk wanted to team up with David so they could like rule the world. But then it also could mean that how much David is like hurting by that point emotionally is something that he likes, considering he wanted payback for what David's dad did to him, as we'll learn later in the show. Or it could just mean that he's just watching David's life. He's a passenger there. a number of things, and we don't actually know, but yet. But yeah, I think it is really really good visually to have the Devil with Yellow Eyes showing up these few times because of what he symbolizes and what it will how that presence will grow and change throughout the show, and how every time he shows up, it actually does further Farouk's plan for the end of the season. So yeah. But then we get back to the interrogation room, and David, and then they bring a machine to monitor David's brain activity. And David is like, you know what? Fuck you. I want a lawyer. Let me the fuck out of here. And Clark, being a very smart character, manages to calm David down. But something that I really like is how David notices this, that when Clark tries to calm him down, we see the eye here stepping closer to David, taking a stance of like, I'm ready to, fuck you up if I have to. And then David notices how everyone in the room seems to be afraid of him. So what he does is he takes a little step forward towards these field scientists here, these helper people, to actually realize that what he was thinking is true. They are scared of him. He doesn't really know why. He doesn't know he has powers yet, though he has suspected it, and he thought he might have powers earlier in his life. He was always told by his therapist that he doesn't. His therapists. So yeah, he's starting to suspect something. Maybe he'll connect the dots. And as well, I really like how Clark manages to convince David that what they're doing is for his benefit and they're not afraid of him. I really like the line that where David says, "You're scared of me," and Clark says, "No, David, I'm scared for you. You're a very sick young man who went off his medication." And it's a very good way of like gaslighting David into making him more cooperative. So yeah, Clark is a very smart character who deals with situations very well. And then they do monitor his brain activity as we have this transition, which I love. As we go back to Clockworks and we see the day that Sid is leaving. She's waiting for David in her room, but he doesn't show up. So she starts to leave. She goes to talk to Lenny. Lenny goes to talk to her before she leaves, and then we see David running towards Sid, and David wanting to say goodbye. What he does is he goes to kiss Sid. Sid, in her mind, says, "David, no." He does it anyway, which I think is quite interesting to think about considering season 2. And when he kisses her, we get a few flashes, and then we get this big moment here where they both fall back. And we have this upside down shot, which I think is great to symbolize how the change in like what the story is by this point. Because so far it's like the story about mentally ill people and how we learn, oh, they actually have powers. Maybe they're not mentally ill. And it kind of changes David's whole perspective. Like this is the turning point of the show. So yeah, it's really good. Does anyone have anything to say? I need to drink some water because my throat's already starting to hurt.
Show good.
Very helpful.
So I actually have things to say. We get pretty much what I think is a few episodes worth of characterization in what an episode, just under an episode at this point.
We're halfway through the episode by this point.
Yeah, we get so much out of these characters, and it's not through exposition dumps or whatever. It's through these tiny little moments or facial reactions. So it's so subtle that if you're not paying full awareness, full attention, or whatever, you're going to miss a lot of these details, whether it be Clark gaslighting or David not listening to Sid, which is adding further to what we're alluding to.
Yeah, in season 2, yeah. Look, as you mentioned, like this little details. When she said, when David shows up, she says, "I was looking for you," but then David leans in and the shot slows down, and you can see her reaction kind of drop, like from excited to see David to just this worry on her face, and it's like on screen for a few seconds, but it says a lot. And then we hear like the whispering of her saying, "No, David, no," but he still goes in anyway. So like it's just a few seconds that says so much about these two characters that you really like miss on the first time. I think most people thinking this is just like, oh no, she just has a weird thing about touching. Oh, her powers have to do with touching. Once you watch it back, it's like, oh, there's actually more here from David's point of view of taking advantage of her, as well as the fact that Sid did mention in season 3 about being taken advantage of even before the big thing that happened with her mom's boyfriend. But yeah, it is really interesting how much the show can do with very little, I would say. Wait, freshman year it takes place in 616, or is it just like part of the multiverse?
It just says MCU, but MCU seems to be a term now for multiverse.
It's kind of dumb, but or I guess it's a multiversal universe or some shit like that.
It kind of has to be because they're doing the exact Art Macy, but with Norman Osborn. So I'm like, it has to be an alternate universe.
Yeah.
Should they not like just change the name of the MCU just because MCU implies one universe?
Yeah, it is weird. I guess it's just because the name is so like known by this point that they think it's worth like the confusion for other people who actually care.
Like when everyone said, "Oh, they're gonna bring such and such into the MCU," it wasn't like, "Oh, they're technically in another universe, but it's still the MCU because it's a multiverse." Now it's just like,
But to defend them, people do
People do.
contradict this because they
Oh.
go, well, for example, Doctor Strange 2, people go, well, Professor X's first appearance in the MCU is Doctor Strange 2.
Yeah. Well, it's just because
So-
I think it's like people use it for shorthand because there's no other
Exactly.
term that's been created yet.
I don't think there should be either.
Let's call it MCM. There's no other thing that MCM means. It's a perfectly new acronym.
although it does ruin the joke in like, I think it wasn't a joke in like Dark Phoenix. Like, this was like after they bought the rights to the X-Men, but like there was like this task force that's designed to take down mutants and like kill them all, and the acronym was MCU. It's like it gets rid of that one in joke in the last X-Men film.
No. Oh man, the best X-Men film as well. I'm very sad that film has been ruined now. It's probably like the only functional part of it is that one joke. But anyway, Legion. Yeah, we keep seeing these upside down points of view from both characters, and we see David screaming. But as we'll learn, it's not David. Sid's ability is when someone touches her skin, they change bodies with her. So now Sid is inside David's body, and she's like, no, 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 don't do this, no. And David is very confused because obviously he's in Sid's body. He doesn't really understand what's going on, as you can see here. And Kissinger's like, "Oh, David, you cunt," because doesn't understand what's going on either. Nobody understands what the power is. And then Kissinger leaves with Sid, and he checks to see if she's okay. And we see David here like freaking out. Well, Sid in David's body freaking out. Lenny tries to calm him down, but
sorry, I just want to say I am right.
What are you right about?
Because What If is confirmed to be canon, but that's not. What If is confirmed to be MCU canon, despite not taking place in the 616 universe.
Right.
So MCU now refers to a multiverse.
The multiverse, yeah. The multiverse of the MCU, yeah. Interesting. Fucking. I just turn on my lights because it is getting dark. It is almost 6 p.m. But yeah, we see David freaking out here, and then the lights start flickering. And we're like, that's weird. And then the lights turn red. And as we've said, the red light means not only David's rage and power being unleashed, but now, like I mentioned as well, it also means Farouk. Red is meant to represent Farouk and his presence in David's life. And so this time, what we see here is because David's power and Farouk's presence are being unleashed inside Sid's mind through David's body, because obviously she can't control it, and she's not used to that being inside her. So basically, the powers are too much for Sid's mind to handle, being inside David's body as well with Farouk there. I'm trying to get I'm jumping here from frame to frame because I want to get you a frame where we see the devil with yellow eyes, but I do love these shots here of David with the red light on him, then Stevens. Some just really good acting. But yeah, we see these flashing red lights here. Fucking come on! I need a Farouk shot. Not Farouk, devil with yellow eyes. But at this point, we don't know he's Farouk. Oh, here we go. Here, yes, you can see the devil with yellow eyes, which is also, I think this is the clearest vision of him we have yet. He's shown up a few times, but yeah. Well, the clearest isn't when you pause, because it shows up for like 3 frames. But yeah, it's quite an unsettling presence. I think we can talk about the masks that he wears later. But it also reminds me of something that I wanted to mention here. When David is going to hang himself, you can actually see the devil with yellow eyes walking in the background. Let me see if I can get that to show it. I hate copyright sometimes because I gotta keep fucking pausing. It is before this. Right here, you can see the devil with yellow eyes there. Let me, yeah, walking in the background. You know, they keep hinting this, and it does help a lot with the tone, because season 1 especially has a very horror vibe to it. It's really, really interesting. But then we come back to Sid with Dr. David and Sid's body with Dr. Kissinger, and we hear some rumbling, and we see some like debris falling, or just dust. And we hear a big boom, which we'll later learn was from Sid causing David's power to lash out and just, you know. Fuck's sake, don't call me Sugar Brand. David's power to lash out, and kind of destroy a lot of things because Sid couldn't control it. But this is the moment where David looks in the mirror and realizes he's in Sid's body. And there's also a very funny joke here where he cups her tits. I find that funny.
Gay.
I am gay, yes. I very much would do the same if I were in his situation. But then Clark is like, yo, what do you mean you were her? Like, she was there with you? It's like, no, I was in her body. We changed bodies somehow. I think it was her. And David says, it didn't feel like the other. And then he interrupts himself by saying, you know, you don't think she has powers, like something like that, right? And then Clark's like, no, I'm just trying to understand what was going on. But it is interesting because David was going to mention his own powers and how he's used them before. But obviously he interrupts himself because he doesn't want to actually like say it, because people would think he's crazy, and he doesn't want to go back to Clockworks. But I do really like that. But yeah, the fact that Clark didn't believe him causes David to like kind of freak out, and we see this moment here where David like starts trembling, and we have this great shot where we, you know, dolly back, and we see this pen here on the table just shaking, and then Clark just puts his hand on it, stops it from shaking, and calms David down. It's like, calm, be calm, and he reassures David. He's like, I'm just trying to understand. You were her, she was you. Go on. So, you know, Clark being again a very, very good interrogator, knowing very well how to handle someone who is as erratic as David. So yeah, I really do like that. I really like what they do with Clark in episode 1, because we don't see him for the rest of the season, but he has a lot of really interesting details you can pick up on. And when you see it when you see him for the rest of the show, I think there are quite a lot of small things that you'll notice here. Because maybe he is manipulating David, but I feel like there's also some kind of pity that he feels for David, that he understands David's struggle, which is part of why he wants to keep David alive, to actually like kind of help him, while also serving the greater purpose of using him as a weapon. So yeah, I really love that. And then we come back to Clockworks with Dr. Kissinger, who opens the day room. He opens the door to the day room, and all the lights are red, showing, you know, that David was here, that Farouk was here, the destruction was here. And we see this purple lighting here with these, you know, red thingies on the red LED lights, LED lights on the floor. That, you know, having this different lighting, the basically being you know, the purple is kind of like a mix of the blue and the red, which I think is kind of like Sid, he's here, David is here, but also, you know, Farouk has come by. There's still like a lot of destruction that Farouk left here, or just David's power in general. Anyway, then they walk here in these halls, and we realize that there are no doors. The doors disappeared. And then Sid, well, David in Sid's body, goes to, well, where David's room is, and then she sees that on the wall there's something quite shocking. Let me see if I can find the exact shot without getting hit by copyright. Fucking, I love that shot though. I think oh yeah, here we are. Come on, when the line turns on. Here we are. We see that Lenny is stuck inside the wall, which is like, holy shit. Yeah, this is all practical, like, puppet they created as well. They wanted to put Aubrey Plaza in the wall, but it didn't look great. They actually had, like, they shot with her half inside the wall, as Aubrey Plaza has mentioned, but they had to use a puppet to make it look better, and it does look really good. And it's very unsettling. You can see, you know, her body halfway inside a wall, all bloody, showing, like, the power that David possesses, just his power lashing out when he is overwhelmed, or, you know, when Sid is inside his body and that power lashes out. Yeah. And then David and Sid's body goes to the wall and hears that Sid in David's body is screaming for help from Sid inside the room. And then we transition back into the interrogation room, and David continues telling the story. And then we see David and Sid's body leaving Clockworks and telling Kissinger, like, I'm not Sid, just please let me help him. I need to go get him. He's still in there. And Kissinger's like, nah, fuck that. You get out of here, because considering what happened today, your chances at, like, being let go, of being, I forgot the word, dispensed, I guess, are, like, very low. So you just go out. And then we see that there is a black car stopping in front of Clockworks, and we see the back of Clark's face there. It's quite interesting, I would say, because it seems like, oh shit, wait, Clark was there. He went there to, you know, spy on David. Maybe Clark has something to do with this. Maybe he's, you know, some kind of nefarious thing. And what we'll realize later in the episode is that we'll see that Clark wasn't actually there. The person that David was seeing was actually Melanie. The reason why this memory is different is because Farouk changed that memory to make David realize that Clark was an enemy, because Farouk needs David to break out of this interrogation room, to break out of this pool place, because if he doesn't, then, well, Farouk is fucked. Because if David is captured or killed by these people, or these soldiers, he has no way of surviving, and he'll lose, like, the entire point of what his existence was after he left his own body after fighting with Charles. So it is interesting to see how these memories are changed and how it's present from episode 1, because we'll only learn that the memories have been changed in episode 4, or at least, like, get explicit confirmation that that's what's happened. And then, yeah, David is like, yeah, it was you, and then and Clark's trying to calm him down, and Dave's like, nah, you're just trying to confuse me. And then his power starts lashing out again. What? And then DI grabs him, bangs his head on the table, trying to get him to, you know, stop doing it, to focus on Clark, but he doesn't. And so he does something very gnarly. After, you know, you can see the brain scan there, Skull's all nuts. He sends a pen through Clark's cheek. Fucking Yeah, and then Clark just takes the pen out, and it doesn't look great. Not gonna lie, it looks like he was hurt quite a bit, and the eye is quite shocked at that. And then we hear Clark's boss saying, "Gas, the gas, use it now," and we hear Jane's Addiction song. Say, I forgot the fucking name of the song. Hold up. It's I'm gonna remember. Hold on. Jane's Addiction. Fucking alright, it's a Jane's Addiction song. Is it Oceanside? No, Oceanside plays later in the show. Come on, I need to remember the name. Oh no.
Fuck you, you're getting it wrong, you failure.
No,
Wow.
don't say that about
Some
me.
Legion expert you are.
Come on.
Time for the 12th watching of Legion.
I mean, I could just turn on the subtitles actually and check. Because, oh no, it says rock music. Thanks. Subtitles. Very helpful.
Now you know
mean-
my world.
Fucking, what is the... It's not like one of their most famous songs, so I think it's gonna be harder to find. But yeah, the lyrics of the song are just "Here we go now," and then some gibberish that I'm fairly certain, if I remember correctly, that it's reversed, the singing. But yeah, the "Here we go now" I think is just kind of like symbolizing how David is, like his power is letting loose. Like this is the point where like the show starts basically, which
Are you on about? Let me see if I can find the song.
Up the beach, up the beach. That's the name of the song. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I just opened Apple Music. Up the Beach is the song from Jane's Addiction, yeah. And then yeah, David's power lashes out and he destroys the room, also done practically. They blended 2 shots, but yeah. Well, I think it was more than 2 shots, but yeah, this is all done practically, which is beautiful. And we see all this destruction that David caused. And I think as well, the thing I really like to point out here, hold up, is this. David's look here of how content he feels about what he just caused. How happy he feels with being powerful, because I mean it says a lot about David. Like Jeb said about the small expressions. David is someone who loves being powerful. He loves the feeling of being, in control, of being the most powerful person in the room. And once he gets the ability to use that power for the first time, once he actually has control and he lashes out and ends up, hurting the people that were manipulating and hurting him, he has this look of like sadistic pleasure, just like, yeah, I fucking did that, I'm awesome, which will be more relevant especially in season 2. But yeah, oh man, I need to speed up. Yeah, so then we see David as Sid out and about, and then he becomes David again, which establishes how Sid's powers work, that after a while, where you change places with the person, but then after a while, like your body comes back to you instead of you coming back to your body, which is weird in terms of like how these rules work. Logically, it doesn't really make sense, but the rules are consistent, and so it really doesn't matter. But it is weird. It's something I always thought was kind of like, yeah, you can only get away with this because it's like sci-fi that isn't explaining the rules. Because if you tried, it wouldn't make sense like scientifically. Thankfully, the show doesn't really do scientific answers. I think it's really funny. There's a moment in season 3 where the character Switch, who's a time traveler, asks Carrie what he knows about time travel, and Carrie says, "Oh, I have a PhD in quantum physics and quantum mechanics." And then she says, "Well, have you seen the hall?" And it's like the what? The Hall of Time, and it kind of shows like, yeah, the show isn't relying on science anymore. So it's like, yeah, these are the rules, we're gonna stick by them, but we don't need to like follow strict science with how our things work, which I think is a very fair way to do your own show. And it keeps the mystery of how things work in this universe way more interesting, because this show really does like defy the laws of physics at a lot of points. So yeah, I know, I like it.
Terrible.
Yeah, I know, Jeb. You're the science guy.
0 out of 10.
You wouldn't like this.
Exactly, I despise it.
Yeah, but yeah, then David shows up at his sister's house. He's like, "Yo, I was like, go. They said I'm healthy." And then, I was gonna go back to my apartment, but obviously, I don't have it anymore. So can I stay here just for a couple of days? She's like, oh yeah, sure. She also has a husband called Ben who exists. he's not really much of a character. It's just important to highlight his existence because he will be relevant a few times in the show. But yeah, Amy shows David the basement he's gonna stay in. It's like a very, very dingy basement with just this one small bed and not really like that great a place to stay. But he looks like amazed to stay there. It's just kind of like I'm finally out of clockworks. Like I'm actually sleeping in a bed that isn't a hospital bed, a mental hospital bed. So it's some really good acting to see when she's like, oh, is this gonna be okay? He's like, you kidding me? This is awesome. Like you can see how happy he looks here, which is great. Really great acting and directing here. And then she leaves, and we see David turning on this little lamp here. Which, if you paid attention earlier when I was talking about that one shot where there's a little devil with yellow eyes on the floor, it's the same lamp that was with David. So yeah, it's a lamp from David's childhood home. Yeah, it's interesting that it's with Amy. We'll learn a bit more of why later in the season. But him turning it on and the music that plays here from the score, it's called Young David. It's very like dreamlike and childish, and it kind of seems like David with like his wonderment. Oh yeah, they do actually cut you showing how the lamp is there, and we actually see again the devil with yellow eyes here on the floor. But showing how like David's mind has basically gone back to his childhood with this, and how there's a sense of innocence from David here, and it kind of makes you feel sorry for him that his childhood was stolen basically, in a sense. So yeah, you feel good for David that he's out finally. And then we see Lenny of all people showing up. But what? Lenny? That doesn't make sense. She was dead. She was stuck inside a wall. Is that right? But David, of course, isn't that alarmed, because him thinking he's schizophrenic is like, well, it's fine. I see people all the time. And she's like, you killed me. And David's like, oh yeah, I'm sorry. And she's like, nah, don't do that, man. Saying sorry doesn't matter. But also being like, well, what was I gonna do? Like, spend the rest of my life popping pills? Nah, it's fine. And then she teases David about him being in Sid's body, being like, how did it feel having titties? Because that was also something that I think every person would ask. But Lenny, being a woman, it's kind of weird to ask that. But there are a few things that I think are interesting from like a more meta level, I guess you mentioned that, because Lenny was originally written to be a male character called Benny. And Aubrey Plaza, when she was cast, Noah Hawley went like, yo, I wrote this character. He's a man. Do you want to play him? And then like they didn't change the original script for the pilot. Like her role was still as Benny. They only changed obviously the name. Yeah, sorry. I was interrupted here a bit. But yeah, she's playing like this the character she's playing is based on a male. But obviously she is a woman, so I think it's funny that she would mention like, oh, what do you feel having titties? If it were me, I'd be all day, and then she rubs her tits. I just find that funny. And also there's the fact that it foreshadows the fact that Lenny is in David's memories has been implanted and replaced Benny, who is a man, as we'll later learn in the season, which is how Noah Hawley adapted the like meta aspect of Benny originally being a man and becoming a woman in his story. So yeah, I know I like the detail. But anyway, David says, Lenny says that oh, I was killed, and David tries to apologize, and she's like, nah, man, this isn't, don't blame Sid. She was just a passenger riding around in your body. Don't give Anubi a bazooka and act surprised when she blows shit up. Which is an interesting line. But yeah, it does inform quite a lot of I guess David's guilt, because he still feels guilty over Lenny's death, despite not really being his fault, because he couldn't control it, and neither could Sid. But this will come back in episode 2. But yeah, Lenny says like, oh, they're coming and they're gonna kill you, and starts laughing, which is basically Farouk, because Lenny is Farouk, a mask that Farouk is using to hide to hide himself from David. and try to, you know, gain his trust. And so using a friendly face is a very good way to do it. And he's doing this, saying that, you know, they're coming and they're going to kill you. Is supposed to make David feel afraid, because if he knows that someone's coming for him, he's going to, you know, run away and he's not going to let himself be captured. Which obviously is what Farouk wants. He doesn't want to be captured. So again, even though Farouk is being very fearful here, acting like a villain of sorts, he does have a very simple goal here, which aligns with David's. He just doesn't, you know, the way he communicates it is more like, I care more about the end goal than having actually like you agreeing with me, or you understanding that I am like a real presence. Because by this point, as far as I'm concerned, he wants to take over David's body, and only once David realizes he has powers later in the season does he actually think like, oh, we can, you know, share the body. But anyway, because of that, David gets overwhelmed, and so his power lashes out a bit, and he throws the lamp with his telekinesis at a wall, and it breaks. And Amy obviously goes down because she heard it. She's like, oh man, what happened? And then you can see the disappointment in her face here, for being like, man, David hasn't changed, he hasn't gotten better, which is why she grabs these tools here from her left, so that David can't, you know, hurt himself, and she, you know, she makes an excuse and whatever, and David looks very you know, apologetic, and it's like, man, I fucked up, I disappointed my sister again. But one thing I really love about that little moment when he's talking to Amy and he's near the lamp he broke, is how you can see here on the mirror to the left, very small, you can see Lenny. But if you look at the reverse shot with Amy, there is no Lenny here. This especially is a wider shot, which is a great way to show she's just inside David's mind. But she is very much a presence for David. She just isn't a presence like on an objective level of reality. But yeah, David tries to fix the lamp. I think it's interesting that he tries to fix it. I think it does kind of symbolize how, like, he's trying to hold on to some idea of what his life is or what his past is. And then we see him having a dream where we see you know, some flashes of people dancing at Clockworks, and then we have an actual like dance number with a French song called Pauvre Lola, which means poor Lola. With this just dancing here. The lyrics, I don't think they have like much a deeper meaning. I have actually translated the lyrics as part of my video when I first made it. Not really all that much to mention. I do really like though the way this is edited to have these flashes of Sid and red lighting being like interrupting his calmness, which is why it's red. Trying to get him to wake up, which we'll learn it is actually Sid who is doing this through patonymy, as we'll see, because he can put people inside other people's like memories. So yeah, and then we see that David is at a pool, and we have this amazing shot here, this dolly, where they attach the camera to a crane, and we see, you know, a bunch of soldiers standing around David, and we see Clark, and Clark's like, yo, you tell me everything now, like the jig is up, there's not much we can do, you tell me everything or we're gonna kill you, because the pool is rigged with these cables that will shock David with the press of a button from Clark. And so basically being like, you tell me what I want to hear or you're dead. And then David starts laughing and is like, I'm insane, you idiot, this is my my delusion. Which I think he has one of the best deliveries in the show here. I can't really show it because of copyright, but yeah, Dan Stevens' delivery here is brilliant. And then and then David does, you know, he thinks like, okay, sure, I'm gonna share what I have to say, because like, there's no way to, like, it's my only way out of here, otherwise I'm gonna be killed. So yeah, he does start cooperating, and then we get back to the story of, you know, what happened after he was at his sister's place. We see him at a payphone calling Clockworks and try to talk to Sid, but then but then they're like, there is no Sid here. There was never any Sidney Barrett here, and so it's like, wait, what the fuck? I visited her. I'm her dad. And it's like, oh, it's interesting. As we'll later learn, Division 3 is trying to, you know, cover up the existence of Sid and any mutant, so that there's no archive of them so that when they disappear, they don't, you know, people don't miss them basically, which is, you know, very smart. But then this is the moment I want to show as well, is that this is the first time the aspect ratio of the show changes from 16:9, you know, classic, 1.38 by 1 to 2.35 by 1, which is letterboxed. Which is done because they're using a wider lens here, because it is a chase scene, because we see this person here, Carrie and Batonymy, going after David. So David tries to run away, and he does manage to evade them for a bit, in a very smart way that I can't show because I don't want to be here all day. But then we see David walking around, and he looks to his left, and there's that bald guy there. And you're like, well, why is he stopping to look at the bald guy? Well, there's a reason, because Sid's face is on the back of that bald guy's head. Yeah, she says, don't stop. And then we cut back to David, and we cut, again, just the reverse shot, and we see that it's Sid. And she explains how she's not really there. This is David's memory, and how she's been implanted in his memories to, you know, talk to him. And so she asks, you know, what happened? Is like, oh, yeah, these people took me. They said they were the police. She's like, they're not the police. And then she says, you're in a government facility. You know, you're in the pool, you slide down, you know, try to slide down underwater, and don't come up until you see me. And when the lights flash, don't come up until you see me, is what she says. And then, you know, his memory ends with him being captured by Division 3, because that was part of his memory. And then he's like, David in the present now, I guess, he's like, oh, this is real. Like, this is actually happening. And which means, from David's perspective, it's like, oh shit, I actually have powers, which I think is why he has this like sadistic look, being like, oh shit, like I'm actually powerful. I'm actually not the like a victim who couldn't fight back. I actually have the ability to fight back at this point. And I think as well he wants to see Clark and everyone in Division 3 pay for what they've done to him, because of how you know, they did hurt him in a way by interrogating him and lying to him and gaslighting him, all to use him to their benefit. And so, yeah, he starts sliding down. He does seem a bit on edge. Oh, not on edge. He does make everyone on edge. He seems a bit unhinged. And then we see this shot here of him, his memory of, you know, the car earlier. And we see that Clark, it wasn't actually Clark, it was Melanie. Because it's the point where Farouk is like, no, you should trust. Who you should trust is Melanie in Division 3. And especially because Melanie's coming and she is going to meet David later. And I think it's very important for Farouk to like make David realize, oh no, you should trust Melanie, you shouldn't trust Clark. Because by this point, he already doesn't trust Clark. He knows Clark is lying to him. But yeah, David does realize it wasn't Clark at the car, it was Melanie. And then Clark, yeah, no shit, it wasn't me. You know, and he's still trying to pry information out of David. David sliding out of his chair very slowly, and we see these red lights here in the air. And then we see how Clark is getting on edge. I forgot the show even exists, and you should give it a watch. I also recommend Buffy the Vampire Slayer. It's one of my favorites too. I do plan on watching Buffy, yes, but highly recommend Legion, yeah. At any rate, yeah, we see how, you know, the clock is trying to like feel very hot. You can see, and we also, there's a shot here. I already passed it, but you can see this guy here in the back. He was sweating, and yeah, the lights get brighter and brighter until David slides underwater when the camera dollies closer to him. And I love this moment here where Clark raises the button as he's about to push it, and then he looks at his hand and there's nothing there, because Farouk deleted the button. There's an argument to be made that it was David or maybe one of David's other personalities that exist due to his power, but I assume it was Farouk because he's the only one who has like enough control and like self-knowledge to be able to do that and control his own powers. So I do really like that, because obviously David would have died if that hadn't happened. And so yeah, I think that's just a really neat detail of how he survives. And then, you know, they shoot at David. They miss. I think it's fairly reasonable to think they would miss, considering he's underwater. And and they don't shoot that much because right after the big red explosion happens and they're all fried and they fall underwater, and then David sees Sid right outside the pool as she sticks out her hand, and we see this little transition that I just showed, which is to show how David's perception is like, is this really real? Like, is this actually happening, or am I stuck at Clockworks and just created this entire illusion in my head? But yeah, he does grab Sid's hand. He's very happy to see her. And he tries to hug her. She's like, yo, don't touch me. He's like, oh yeah. And then we see that the people who were with Sid here, they are Carrie and Patonomy, the people who were chasing David earlier. And it's like, oh yeah, sorry about running away. And they're like, nah. And Patonomy's like, no, we like chasing people. And Carrie says, no, we like catching people, which already characterizes the two a lot. Patonomy being one more for like, he wants to have fun. He thinks this process is fun. He's very he likes to engage in this type of thing, whereas Carrie is more she's more like rash. She likes to catch people. She doesn't want to waste time on things as pointless as a chase, because what she wants is to fight, because as we'll learn, she's a fighter in the most extreme sense of the word. That's all she does. She loves fighting. So yeah. And then we come out here, we have a really big runner that's really well made. I would also say it's well choreographed. I know Shandy personally disagrees. I'll talk about it more in my video, but yeah. There's this moment where David is running away because, all these soldiers are attacking them. The soldier grabs David by the throat, and we're like, oh, fuck, David is gonna be killed, or maybe, is trying to capture David. You can see David's, like, rageful and sadistic look here. And what I love is that the camera pans out of the way, and we just hear a crack. And then the next time we see it, here on the floor, we see the soldier that was grabbing David. He's dead, which means David's power, or maybe Farouk using David, was able to kill that person. And it does show again how David loves being powerful, and how sometimes his power lashes out and kind of takes control over him. And then, yeah, we see this guy here, fucking, I don't even remember if he has a name, I'm sorry, but he has this power where he can throw people very far away, so that's what he does with that, one soldier. The one thing I do have to criticize about the scene is the CGI is not that great. He throws another one that shot at his shoulder, kills him, and then they arrive here at the bottom of the slow cliff here that we're running from. And David asks Sid, like, is this real? Like, are we really here? And Sid, and he's like, I want to fucking wake up back at the hospital. Just like, please, I have to know. And Sid's like, yeah, this is real. I'm real. I'm here and I love you. And David looks very happy when she says that. Here. And then he doesn't say anything for a while. And then Sid is like, are you gonna say it back? And he's like, oh shit, yeah, I love you. Which as well characterizes David a lot as being very self-interested. He wants to feel love. He wants to know that his experiences are real. He doesn't really care about how Sid feels. It's very small. Maybe you'd think, oh, it's just like, oh, it's a cute moment between the two. But no, I think it characterizes David a lot for what comes forward in season 2. And then, they run towards the boat. They see Melanie here, played by Jean Smart, the fantastic Jean Smart. And David is like, David is kind of hesitant to come with her. And he looks back. I'm not gonna get the exact shot, but you can see here that the devil with yellow eyes is in the background. And then David's like, nah, fuck that. I'm going away from that. I'm gonna, Oh, yeah, I did get the exact shot. Funny. But yeah, he shakes his head, being like, I'm gonna take that off my mind. No, like the fears of staying here and this thing that terrifies me. No, I'm going to run away from it, which again is Farouk being like, no, yeah, you do that. You run away from Division 3. These people, as of now at least, they can protect you, which is good. And then we see Melanie extending her hand, and David grabs it, and that's the end of the first episode. And yeah, that was a brilliant first episode. If you have any of you have anything to say about it, now's the time, because I really need to pee. So yeah, Jeb especially, I think you might have something to say about this episode.
Hello. Pilots, the point of them is of a show that you chat. It's meant to be like a taster, and Legion does this masterfully. You get an insight to all the core characters you're going to be following during the season, and you understand the most crucial aspects of said characters, and thus you could kind of understand where they're going to go, and when you do see where they go, you understand how that came about from the very first episode. It establishes its world very effectively, despite it being quite simple compared to other superhero media, which isn't bad, obviously. The threat is very mysterious still, but you've got plenty of clues to work off, and it being a very personal threat keeps the stakes at a low level currently. Although one could argue high given the volatility of David, but I digress. And yeah, a lot of it's an introspection of David and his environment and what's around him. And using the tool of him have to describe events to Clark is a perfect way to understand how his mind works and to get you instantly to grips with how David behaves. So
I'm back by the way.
yeah, the pilot's a 10 out of 10. I'm very happy with the pilot.
I agree, Jeff.
I think,
Sorry, go on, Zan.
yeah, I think the most important thing it does is setting up that relationship between David and Sid, because that's going to be like the thing that's going to be like crucial across the entire rest of the show. So it's very important to establish that in that first episode and make sure you understand precisely what it is they see in each other, and like flesh out both characters and like I said, explore what it is they see in each other and how their relationships all works. And that pilot episode just does that excellently.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So here's the thing. I did plan to go chronologically. I did not expect to take this long with the first episode. It took over an hour with the episode. I think actually took longer than the actual episode lasts, because the episode's like an hour and 7 minutes long. I think we took 1 hour and 16 minutes to go through it. So, I don't know about going chronologically anymore. Oh, 10 died.
Oh,
Okay.
No.
Well,
Yeah.
what I was going to say
10.
was that I think now I'll just like talk about like more generally, and then we can like you can but in anytime you want about what you have to say about the show.
I got a contention.
Why? What?
Tim didn't get to say anything about the first episode.
Oh, all right, 10. Do you have anything you want to say about the first episode? Good point. That's fantastic. Yeah. I don't
Get hot.
I don't think she's her laptop's working right now, so yeah. Well, we'll circle back to you, 10. At any rate, yeah. So I think we're just gonna talk more generally now. Try to summarize the show a bit, at points, give like the context that's needed for the points I want to make. Because this is all from the top of my head. I didn't actually structure the stream like at all, because I didn't think I needed to, because it's Legion. But then I realized, oh yeah, it's Legion. I have too many things to say. It's kind of backfired. But that's just how it be sometimes. So yeah, the rest of season 1. Well, firstly, what I want to really talk about episode 1 is a few things. I love the tone it establishes, the visual tone it establishes with how it tells things through the use of color. They're very like clear that they're supposed to mean something. Each color representing like a state of mind or something like that. But also that like in terms of like how everything goes from David's perspective, and how then Stevens' performance really adds to that, because not only is his facial reactions fantastic for that purpose, I really love how Dan Stevens, the way he speaks in the show, how he keeps interrupting himself and he doesn't finish sentences. You get the idea of what he's trying to say, but you can understand how his state of mind works, how it's always changing, like from one thing to the next, without like, his mind works fast, like goes way too fast for his mind to catch up. So he just stumbles on his words, or he doesn't finish his thoughts and shit like that, which I think is really cool. As well, because of how Farouk is inside his mind and meddling with his memories, I think that works really well. Which is something as well we'll see in episode 2, when David is trying to remember his dad, how there are a few things that are erased from that memory, and it's because Farouk doesn't want David to have fond memories of his dad, because his dad isn't his adoptive dad, and so he only leaves like the more, like, there's this moment where he is remembering, but then his mind gets interrupted, and he thinks there's a monster behind the door that's behind his therapist, when he's describing, I think, to his therapist about how his dad was an astronomer. And it's like the nuances in that type of the nuances that type of performance are really great. Oh yeah, as well as the fact, like, when they do memory work, which is a thing that they do to better understand the powers of a mutant, they go inside David's mind. It's all like fucky, because Farouk keeps messing with it, and so, like, with his dad here, I'm fairly sure we're supposed to understand that the story that David's dad was reading to him for bedtime wasn't actually, like, real. It was something that Farouk created to create a bad memory of David's dad, to not make David attached to that anymore, to that version of his dad, because Farouk has that kind of idea that he is David's dad. And so the story, which is called the world's angriest boy in the world, where he cuts his mom's, like, head off because she was like, to bed, and go to bed, it's bedtime. He's like, fuck you, and he fucking slashes her head off, which is something I think Jeb would do. He like, this was implanted by Farouk, as well as the fact that, like, the lighting here coming from behind his dad, so you can't see his face, it's all blurred by the shadow. So even, like, young David, from his POV, you can see his face. I think it's really great. So they're like these small things, but the one I wanted to get was the moment where he's talking to his therapist here. He's trying to remember about his dad, who was an astronomer, how, like, at night they used to go out and see the stars, and he's like, you say to his dad, the stars talk to me, and his dad's like, oh yeah, the stars talk to me too, but his dad meant it as, like, a metaphor, and then David tries to keep telling the story, and he thinks there's a monster behind this door here, and you see his mind, because he is remembering this therapy session he had while he's in an MRI machine, which was being used to monitor his brain, from Carrie, who's this guy. He's a scientist, and yes, his name is Carrie, and the other lady's name is Carrie. She lives inside this Carrie, this man. It is confusing when you say Carrie to know which one it is, but I have visual, so it should be fine. At any rate, yeah. He's monitoring David's brain to try to better understand his powers, to assist in memory work, which is also used to better understand a mutant's powers, to establish how you can utilize those powers and learn how to control them, by going by to moments in their life where their powers are activated. And so he's doing this. He's David being in the MRI to study David's brain, but because of the memories being, like, David remembering things that upset him, and obviously his memories being very warped by Farouk, David starts to get overwhelmed, and there's a point where Carrie leaves, and David, obviously being the way he is, very paranoid, and very afraid of this presence in his life, which is the devil with yellow eyes, which is Farouk. He's like, shit, I'm trapped inside this MRI machine, and then the devil with yellow eyes shows up at the foot of the fucking MRI machine and scares David. And that causes David's power to lash out, and for him to send the MRI machine just fucking out of there. He just basically destroys the MRI machine, because he stays in the room, but the MRI machine shows up here in the front yard, fucking, all broken and shit. And that happened right after David had learned, because he projected his mind to where he heard his sister calling him, which is like clockworks. She was looking for David, and the receptionist was like, yo, there's no David. And she's like, what? He's my brother. I've been here a bunch of times, talked to his doctor and whatnot. And David saw that, and he saw that she was taken by Division 3, so she's been captured. And David's like, I'm gonna go get her. And Sid's like, no, we gotta stay here because you don't know how to control your powers yet. It's a trap for you, which is why we know they're not gonna kill her. I think I was making a point before I started saying all this. I just kind of made a recap of episode 2, but at any rate, yeah, episode 2, very good as well. In the way it uses in the way it establishes more how to control David's powers and more like this world and how it understands like mutants, because he goes to this place called Summerland, which has a few mutants and is run by Melanie, who funnily enough is not a mutant. And it also has one of my favorite lines in the show when he's talking to his sister, and his sister's like, and David's like, oh yeah, no, the sister's like, oh yeah, Ben is gonna propose, and David's like, because this is a flashback, because it's a memory David had, and David is like, oh yeah, congratulations, I'm very happy for you. And Amy's like, oh, maybe you and Philly, and it's like, oh yeah, I don't know. And then Amy asks, why can't you have what anyone else has, a nice home, a family? And David says, because I'm sick, which I think is a very, very great line. Is once again showing how David feels like a victim, someone who was just dealt a bad hand in his life, and how he can't, move on from it and live his own life because of it. He's held back by it, which is also shown in the opening montage of the show. But anyway, yeah. At any time, if you want to say something, just interrupt me. I have my brain is just doing things right now. But yeah, episode 3, they continue trying to do memory work. It goes not that well. We learn a bit about shit. Is it here? I think it's later that we're gonna see the devil with yellow eyes. I want to show it. Here we see a very clear image of the devil with yellow eyes here. In David's memory, but the interesting thing is, because this is memory work, he's inside this place, he's inside his own mind, he's inside his own memories with Melanie and Patonomy, but they can't see the devil with the yellow eyes, only David. And basically what we learn is that Farouk was like shielding them from getting into David's memories, because it would kind of expose Farouk, and he's been hiding in his mind for a while. Jab, do you have anything to say? I need to drink more water. My throat is killing me. Okay then, thanks, Jeb. Oh, you guys.
It is a good season television.
Oh, that was helpful. At any rate, there's a scene where Sid and David talk here. In episode 3, which I really love, where we learn a bit more about Sid's history, about how she, lived in the city, and how she had a mom, but she never had a dad. Her mom was always like getting with a few men, but no one really stuck. She never had a dad, and how. And it's interesting to think, like, she had a few boyfriends, and what happens in season. Well, we see in season 2 of what happened in her past. But and also how David lived in the suburbs, and how different their lives are. And how Sid is like, oh yeah, you lived in the suburbs. That must have been nice, trees and meadows. And David's, and then David realizing that she lived in a city with only her mom, and how there was a line in episode 2. Episode 2, I think it might be later in this episode, where she says, what did it matter if my mama was mean to me? And she's talking about the memory work, like she didn't understand what the point of the memory work was. But the point I want to make here is that Sid's life wasn't that great either. And David did have like a pretty good childhood, all things considered. But he really does love to victimize himself, and that's the thing that the show shows a lot, very subtly. So I do think that's nice. But yeah, then he changes the subject. He mentions about how, like, oh shit, I'm not gonna go. It's fucking. Yeah. Anyway, there's the important point of this scene is as well how David mentions about how he liked being Sid, because he loved, like, feeling Sid with him. How when he held his own hand, he could feel himself holding her hand, and how that felt nice. And you can tell she appreciates what David said here. and it's a very loving gesture, which I really love. But I also love how it's cut, and it's a very harsh contrast with seeing Amy being tortured by Division 3, as they want to learn from her where David is. And also they know that David is a telepath, and so he'd be able to feel how Amy is feeling pain, and so he'd be like, I gotta go there. Because this entire episode, David has been like, I gotta go after my sister. But nobody at Summerland is letting him. Because they're like, no, you gotta finish your work, otherwise you're fucked. So yeah, I don't know. I do really like this. As a conflict of having David like, I need to save my sister, and being like, you're not ready. If you go there, they're gonna kill you. But also like, it is his sister, someone he loves, who's being hurt so much, and it is because of him, and he does feel a level of guilt over it. Anyway, yeah, David did do some more tests on David. They asked David to think of a unsettling memory, and so he remembers a Halloween where his dog King ran away, which we'll later learn in episode 4. In episode 4, in the next episode, that he'd never had a dog. King was actually another one of Farouk's masks. Another friendly mask to make David, be friendly. To David accept Farouk in his life. But in this memory, he sees the world's angriest boy in the world from the book that his dad used to read to him, personified and coming after him. We don't really know what the purpose of that scare was, considering it is a scare that happened in his childhood, and we don't see where he was going to. But yeah, it is interesting to show the many masks that Farouk has, as in the world's angriest boy in the world, King, Lenny, that with yellow eyes. So yeah. Then we come back to David, and he's basically trapped inside his own mind, where the speech center of his brain is active, but he can't. Actually, he's not actually speaking. He's speaking to Lenny inside his mind, and for everyone else, he's just stopped there, not saying or doing anything. And Lenny is like basically berating David for being like, your sister, you gotta go save her. Like those soldiers, they could be like raping her. And so she also like becomes Amy and to be like, David, I need you to go save me. And it should cause David's mind to like overheat in a sense. And he gets overwhelmed and uses his powers and goes to we have this moment here, like his power just like a fucking dash of pure like power being lashed out. Where he teleports himself and Sid to the interrogation room. They're basically holograms there, because David hasn't mastered his powers yet as to how to teleport, which is also to their benefit, because otherwise, they'd be killed, but just appearing there, because that's like the point of the trap that they had set for David. But yeah, he shows up at Amy's interrogation room, and he notices how Amy is, being fucked. Well, not fucked. She's being tortured. And then him and Sid show up again at Summerland on the water. And David is now very confident, being like, I can go after my sister. I have the power. And Melanie's like, look, man, you can't control your power. You shouldn't do that. It's too risky. And then David's like, yeah, but it's not working. Memory works. Like, I agree. My instinct is telling me to hold back, but I think we should I think we should actually like try a harder, more severe approach. And it's a moment we learn as well. Well, not we learn because it's been hinted a few times, but that David says that because Melanie says like, well, we gotta keep you. You're too important. David says like, why? For your fucking war, so you can use me. And Melanie says, no, I want to fix you because you deserve to be fixed, but also I want to use you, and then I want to use you. Which speaks a lot to Melanie's motivations, because she wants her husband back. Her husband was also a telepath who has been stuck inside the astral plane, which is something we'll learn of in the next episode for decades. And so, yeah, this scene does a lot to like show her motivations very subtly, but also show that she does care about David in a sense. And David again being like, oh yeah, I'm just being used and not, again, victimizing himself. But yeah, she's like, no, what we should do is we should put you under drugs. We should put you like on drugs. It's gonna sedate you, and it's going to make it easier for us to access your mind, your memories, the ones that are being hidden, because they think that David's power is hiding the memories, maybe subconsciously, maybe he's not doing it on purpose, but they don't know that it's actually Farouk doing it. So we see when they're inside David's memories, because David is sedated, only like his very primitive mind is active. And he, is a kid, and we see, because they're inside David's mind, Sid's powers don't work, and so she can hug David, and she hugs child David, and it's a very heartwarming moment, which shows like the lack of this physical contact, like physical love, that she never had in her entire life. And it also shows how David really truly does love Sid, which is nice to see. Despite what happens later in the show. But yeah, it's a very good characterization moment as well. And then we see the memory of David stealing shit from his therapist's office, and we see a few flashes, and we see like this like rip on the wall, so red, and we realize that there's a monster coming out of it, and it's the devil with yellow eyes. And so what happens is David runs away through a bunch of his memories, and it changes again from the 16:9 aspect ratio to the 2.35 aspect ratio. To showcase, I would imagine at this point, how they've left David's memories and they've entered the astral plane. It's going to be explained further later. But it's basically this state of mind where telepaths can control everything in it. In terms of like it's... they can change reality to their will. And Farouk is using that to separate them. So Sid and David have run away, and they're together now. Patonomy and Melanie are elsewhere. We don't really follow them in the scene until we see Melanie afterwards, but we'll get to that. And I really do love this this way of showing how Farouk is in control, and how once David's mind was inactive, how they were actually like trapped in there with Farouk, as opposed to thinking that they were safe now that David was the one causing them the problems, of like being a threat to them and trying to hide things from them. It wasn't that he actually was hiding things, because they thought that David just didn't trust him, but that's not really the case. And also Farouk shows David having sex with his ex-girlfriend Philly to Sid, which obviously would upset her a lot, because she's not able to feel this like physical love from David because of her powers. Because her being touched would mean they would change bodies, so she doesn't want to be touched. She doesn't like being touched. She grew up that way as well, and so she can't have sex with David, and something that really upsets her. So it's really interesting for Farouk to show that to Sid, and we'll later learn is that Farouk thinks Sid is an obstacle in his path to get David to work with him, because by this point Farouk thinks that David working with him would be better than Farouk taking over David's body, because their powers together would definitely be way more powerful. They would be like gods, which is what Farouk wants. Yeah, then they run around this house, because it is all inside David's house, which is all inside his memory, and they're being chased by Farouk. And Sid is like, yo, David, you gotta wake up right now, because we're fucked. And then Sid wakes up, and as far as I'm concerned, it was David's like most primal instinct to defend Sid that makes her wake up. So yeah, it's very nice, David protecting Sid subconsciously. Then she wakes up Autonomy and is like, yo, try to wake up Melanie, because we were separated. She tried to wake up Melanie, but Melanie can't wake up. And then we follow Melanie for a bit. She's walking around the room, and she is attacked by Farouk, where the world's angriest boy in the world book fucking closes on her hand, and it breaks her fucking hand. Here, let me show the shot here. And she wakes up, she's like, oh my god, it's her. And Autonomy's like, no, it's just a memory, chill out. But David is still sedated, and so yeah, that's how we end episode 3, with David still being under. I really do love how this episode uses horror to showcase how David's mind is just being haunted by this presence, which is the devil with yellow eyes, which is Farouk. and how Farouk has been trying to push David very hard to get him to go after Amy because he thinks that staying with these people will be, be an obstacle. It would actually hurt Farouk's plans if he, starts trusting these people and thinking like, oh yeah, I'm not sick, I have powers, and kind of like throwing Farouk away, not like having that presence in his life not mean anything to him anymore. Which means that he won't trust Farouk as much, and so he wants to separate them, especially Sid, because he thinks Sid is a distraction from David, from what Farouk wants their main goal to be. Yeah, Jab, what did you think of episode 3? Insightful. I've tried very hard. My throat is killing me. All right. Episode 4 has, this is the start of what I would say is the best period of the show, from episode 4 to episode 7. And it starts because we're introduced to Oliver, played by Jermaine Clement. I think that's how you pronounce his name. I'm not sure.
Yeah, a boy.
Yeah, he plays Fart in Rick and Morty. I'm not kidding. He literally plays a character called Fart in Rick and Morty. Yeah, fucking, I forgot to take off the cover. Oopsie. But yeah, this is Oliver. Doesn't it look very fancy, because he is fancy. Yeah, he has this 4-minute wonder, like just monologues. Beautiful. You should watch it. He basically foreshadows the entirety of the show by establishing what the conflict is between David in his own mind and Farouk. And we see a few flashes of we're gonna see later in this episode, and then we see the people from Summerland seeing David being asleep there. He still hasn't woken up, and so they think, well, we gotta get some answers somehow. So we're gonna get to Dr. Poole's office, which is the guy that David was stealing shit from, and we're gonna go talk to his ex-girlfriend Philly. So they go to this room, to Dr. Poole's office. They look around, they find the tape recorder, and Ptolemy says that objects have memory too. So he uses it to understand what has happened with David. And we realize that when David came there, he didn't just go to steal shit because, he was a junkie after he went to Clockworks. He went there as well to erase records, to destroy some of the tapes that had recordings where in sessions where he may have said too much. So yeah, that's part of why. And then they realize about how Sid mentions about how there are gaps in David's memory, how maybe there's something like these memories were implanted from the inside, because Ptolemy has seen memories implanted from the outside and they always feel different, but not from the inside. And so Sid's like, maybe there's something inside David's mind, a parasite that's like changing his memories. And Ptolemy thinks that Sid is only doing this to justify David being a good person, which is interesting for him to say, considering how season 2 goes, because she does do this because she wants to justify David being a good person, her boyfriend, someone she loves. She doesn't want to believe that he was a bad person, that him hurting his therapist by invading his office, stealing his shit, and then beating him up once he was caught. She doesn't want to believe that that's actually something that David would do. She wants to think that that's something that Farouk made David do. As we'll later learn in the show, that's not really the case. David did that because he wanted to. He's stealing shit to buy drugs and whatnot. Like, he still did that as his choice. What Farouk did was just, he wanted him to destroy the tapes, and that's basically it. But yeah, it is something where, like, Sid is right in the sense that there is something that is implanting these memories from inside David's brain, where these gaps or omissions or, the weird shit that they were seeing when they went to memory work. But she's doing it for the wrong reasons, because she wants to justify how David is a good person, which will carry over to season 2. And then we see Amy talking to Dr. Kissinger because they were both captured by Division 3. We learn that from Amy that David never had a dog. despite David mentioning him all the time. Which, yeah, King is very, very good foreshadowing to learn who it is if you know the comics, because King comes from the Shadow King. So yeah, I really like that. It's very subtle, but it is a very neat way to show, like, this is one of Farouk's masks, because yeah, one of Farouk's names is the Shadow King from the comics. And then we see Sid with Carrie, female Carrie and Patonomy, as they're in the woods trying to find an address for Philly. And we see that Sid sees here the world's angriest boy in the world, meaning that Farouk has some kind of hold on her mind, which is interesting. Yeah, because Farouk was inside her mind at one point, because she was inside David's body, in episode 1. But yeah, then we learn about Carrie and her backstory, about how there are this couple who had a kid, and it was a white kid, but then 8 months back, I think it might be the opposite. No, yeah. They had this native girl, as she calls it, herself, but then 9 months passed, and who was born was a skinny white kid, and the dad is like, you cheated. And then he leaves the mom, but it was actually that they both share a body, both Carries, and she only ages when she's outside of Carrie's body, and how he does the boring stuff, like lives a normal life, and she gets the fun stuff, such as fighting, and they both look out for each other, which shows how much they care for one another. And Sid, she mentions, oh, this is from his perspective, what about you? And she's like, oh yeah, I keep him safe, and he keeps me company, I keep him safe, and if that's weird, then I don't really want to be normal. I think it's really interesting to showcase how, like, that codependent type of relationship that she has with Carrie, with male Carrie. But it is very good at characterizing her, and it's very simple. Just Sid asking her what the deal is with her living inside Carrie's body. Also, this is Amber Midthunder. She's starring in the Prey movie. It's gonna come out soon, and I'm excited to see that. At any rate, we cut back to Division 3. We see Melanie, and she sees this faint vision of a diver suit. Looks like the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea suit. And they go to a containment thing. They have like this fucking cryo chamber where we see a body in this same suit, and it's, as we'll learn, it's Oliver, the person we met in the opening scene. He's Melanie's husband. He's been trapped inside the astral plane for decades, but yeah, she still holds out hope that he's gonna come back and that he's trying to talk to her, because yeah, she did see him after all. But it does seem this episode does do a lot to establish like these character states of minds, how Melanie seems kind of delusional with like how Oliver is gonna come back to her life at some point despite being gone for decades. So yeah. And then, oh yeah, I also really love that when she's going down the elevator with Carrie, she asks him if he misses female Carrie, and he's like, is it weird that I do? And she's like, no, I think it's sweet. Which again, showcases that codependent relationship I mentioned earlier, which is going to be explored further in episode 6. Then we see David inside his own mind in what we call the astral plane, which is where Oliver was in the opening scene, because Oliver was living inside an ice cube. And David sees the same 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea suit, the diver suit. And it tells David to follow him. So David does, and he climbs up to the ice cube, and we have a scene where David talks to Oliver, and Oliver has like the most fucking hilarious and fucking, what's the word, personality rich dialogue. Why did the 50 just have a stroke, Nab? What you doing? But anyway, yeah, a lot of personality shines through his dialogue, and we learn a lot about like how Oliver's mind has kind of deteriorated over being stuck here in decades, how he can't remember certain words, and how, you know, the astral plane is a place where you can imaginify yourself a kingdom, but nothing is ever real. And that's we'll learn in episode 5 that he's why he stayed here, but it's basically because, you know, a place where Oliver could be the king, where he could control all of it. Yeah. And David is like, yo, I need help. I need to get out of here. I don't know. Is Oliver one of the vampires from What We Do in the Shadows? I don't think so. I have not seen that show, but I don't think so. But yeah, David is like, you know, trying to rationalize what's happening to him, and Oliver keeps mentioning these weird things, like being like, oh, you know, we should start a barbershop quartet, or he starts fucking doing beat poetry, and that kind of stuff. Because Oliver is just in here to like to vibe, to, you know, chill out and have a fun time, and David is like actually has a purpose because he needs to get out of here. Doesn't want to be stuck inside his own mind, and he learns throughout the scene that he is in fact stuck in fact stuck inside his own mind, and that's what happened when he you know, they put the drugs on him, and that he hasn't really woken up yet. And so yeah, he's in the astral plane. And so he says, I gotta leave here. And so he walks out of the ice cube, and Oliver tells him to be careful, that there is a monster after David, a literal monster, not just what David thinks is a metaphorical like monster, which is meant to be his you know, mental illness from what David thinks. And so Oliver and so he leaves, and Oliver's like, yo, I'm gonna watch out for you as best I can, but it gets, you know, it gets hard to do that in the vast subconscious, so good luck. And so David walks away, walks out of the ice cube. We cut to Sid and Ptonomy and Carrie, and Ptonomy, you know, he uses his mind powers, his memory powers to get inside Philly's memories when they meet Philly, because he wants to know where Dr. Poole is, because they need to talk to Dr. Poole to see if they can understand more of David, because to understand why David would want to delete those tapes, to destroy those tapes, and what the point of that would be. You know, so you just interrogate him, and so they find out where he is, but we also learn from Philly that she is being watched by Division 3. But what I also love as a detail is that her earrings are like the circles are what David used to climb up to and climb down from the ice cube. Here, yeah, it's just a nice detail. I like it. I thought you were gonna say something, Zod. You're just ruffling. All right. What movie series is this? This is Legion, the 2017 FX TV show. My favorite show of all time. All right. So, getting back to the episode, yeah, they go to find Dr. Poole, and they try to talk to him, and Dr. Poole tries to get to, you know, he asks them about, you know, can I meet David and whatnot, and then we learn that Dr. Poole is not actually Dr. Poole, and it's actually the Eye, you know, the guy from episode 1 I mentioned. He is he has shape-shifting abilities, and he was pretending to be Dr. Poole to get them to take him to David, because obviously he wants to capture them as being part of Division 3. And so they lure all these mutants, Carrie, Sid, and Ptonomy, upstairs, and then Carrie jumps out of the window, and then the song Feist the song Undiscovered First by Feist starts playing, and we see Oliver dancing to it in his ice cube, as well as Carrie dancing to it when, you know, he's just staying around in the room where David is passed out. And this scene is edited and everything to match that music. I really love how it matches the tone, and how it starts very upbeat, and I guess triumphant in a sense, and then it gets like more dour as it ends, because Carrie gets captured even though she was fighting the soldiers, and Ptonomy, you know, is beaten. but and I also really love how, because male Carrie misses female Carrie so much, he basically connects her mind to her. When she gets surrounded, male Carrie is like, fucking, oh no, we're fucked. And then when they start beating her, he feels the punches. Maybe like it shows it to be on a physical level, but maybe it's not really literally on a physical level, and it's just a representation because of how this show works, to being like inside people's minds. So I do think that it might just be, in that kind of sense. And then yeah, when the Eye tries to capture Sid, he doesn't know what her powers are, so he transforms into her. Or maybe he does know what her powers are, but he doesn't understand that her powers would override his. So she changes into his body, and which is a good way to trick, Division 3 into thinking he did capture them, but for her to be able to escape with that. And so yeah, we go back inside David's mind in the astral plane, and we see him with Lenny there, and Lenny is like, you know what, well done, I've gone insane. And Lenny's like, we gotta get the fuck out of here, I don't want to get stuck, because yeah, they're basically stuck in the astral plane. David's and Farouk can't leave if David's mind doesn't leave, because Farouk is embedded in David's mind. So what she does is she shows how Sid is being, transported, and she's being held captive by Division 3. But David doesn't know that Sid is actually, inside the Eye's body. So yeah, it's an important detail to show. But it is good to show how like this rage and this being overwhelmed like this is what causes David's power to lash out, and for him to finally be able to leave the astral plane and teleport to where Sid is, where she's driving this truck. I also really love as a detail when he crashes the truck here, the sign says "Slow down, uncertainty ahead," which is awesome.
Oh yeah, I remember you pointing that out when we watched it. That's
Yeah.
quite funny. I like that.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing that only Legion can get away with because of the tone it establishes from like episode 1, with how fucking balls to the walls insane it is. At any rate, yeah, David tries, he frees Sid, and he's like, yo, run away, but Sid is obviously the Eye at that point. So the Eye Sid stops the Eye from killing David, and then the Eye starts running away, the Eye in Sid's body, and then David's like, no, he tackles Sid, but he doesn't know it's Sid. Jesus Christ, it gets confusing to summarize this. But anyway, yeah, he does that, and then she turns back into Sid, and he realizes that it is, in fact, that the person they were chasing, it should have been Sid. And what the Eye does is he pulls out a pistol, a revolver, and he shoots Carrie on her shoulder. She gets really hurt, and so because of that, they can't run after her. But what really is important about this is how it establishes, especially this shot, showcases it perfectly, how David is now working with Farouk. David, he loves the sense of feeling powerful, and now that he's in control of his powers, he knows they exist, and that he can actually get what he wants through these powers. Farouk used that as a way to get them not only to leave the astral plane, but to actually manipulate David into making them work together. So yeah, not only just really, really smart plan. From Farouk to use people that David cares about as leverage to make David more rageful, and just like give David a way to let their rage out and actually get payback for the things he wants. But it also just really works like really well as like Farouk just wanting to get out of the astral plane on like a more like short-term level, but on a more long-term, it should get the two of them to work together, because as of now, David trusts Lenny, David trusts Farouk, which is all Farouk needs. So yeah, Farouk being very smart. I do really like how Sid wanted to learn more about David from Philly, in that scene where they go to talk to Philly, where Ptonomy goes inside her memories, because obviously Sid is very jealous of Philly, and she has been shown, Sid, to be very codependent of David, and that has shown a lot, especially after David has been, sedated to the point where he's basically in a coma. So yeah, a lot of really good characterization. In episode 5, we have. I'm debating whether or not I should just talk about things that I like. Anyway, okay, so episode 5, we start with David feeling, way more confident here. He looks very confident. He's like, "Oh, I met your husband, Oliver." He's like, "Huh." You can tell that David is now very like at peace with himself. I think, it seems like he's found his own sense of being, which is the first time in his life that's ever happened. And then yeah, Sid goes talk to him, and she's like, she wants to talk about what they saw, like with the learning that the dog wasn't, learning that Lenny, for example, was Benny, and that David's memories were wrong because they had seen Lenny inside David's memories, but it's like, oh, that's not what we saw. And when I talked to him about Philly, and I talked to him about Dr. Poole, and try to understand, like, fill in the blanks about what they found out in the previous episode. However, what David does is he uses his power to put them in this white room, which is in the astral plane, and David uses it to show Sid how they can now actually experience their relationship on a more physical level, because it is it's just a mental projection. It isn't real, so her powers don't work there. And so we see them here experiencing touching each other for the first time and everything. It's just really well done, and it's really charming and innocent from Sid's perspective, and it's really weird from David's, because David seems a bit off. He seems unhinged in this episode. Yeah, he's being loving, but it seems weird. And then, as we'll learn, is because, he's basically aligned himself with Farouk, so he's letting himself be controlled and manipulated a lot. Let me see male Carrie, tending to female Carrie. And I do love here, I think I mentioned it earlier, but how Melanie mentions how David saw Oliver in the astral plane, and how Carrie's just he doesn't really care about it. Oliver was his friend, and they did have that scene in the last episode where he did clearly care about Melanie and Oliver, but now all he cares about is female Carrie, his sister. Then we see David with Sid being like, "We're gonna attack Division 3. I don't fucking care. I'm the best." Because yeah, he feels overconfident now because of him being allied with Farouk, and because he now understands how to use his powers, because of allying with Farouk. And it didn't come from Melanie, so also his trust with these people has diminished exponentially, because he realizes he doesn't really need them. They couldn't even do the one thing they were promising to do. He did that basically by himself, as he thinks, because he thinks that Farouk is a part of himself. He doesn't know who Farouk is. He doesn't know that there's another being inside his mind. So Melanie's like, you shouldn't attack him. You shouldn't attack Division 3 to get Amy, because it wouldn't work out well, considering now they'd be expecting you. But before, when you showed up in their base, it was like a surprise. You caught them by surprise, but you wouldn't be able to do that anymore. And then David turns the tables on her to make her seem way more, and make her feel way more on the defense by that point, because he mentions her husband Oliver, that he met Oliver in the astral plane, and now you can see that she's very uncomfortable. She wants to prod and learn more about what's happening with Oliver, and how he can maybe Oliver can come back, how maybe David can save Oliver, and that's the hope that she has. And how quickly she gives up on trying to convince David about saving Amy, when all she cares about is Oliver, as her husband. And he uses that as a power play to show yeah, you need me, so you should listen to me. And he shows how fearful he can be. And all Melanie says you bring him back, so kind of being yeah, I acknowledge your power and acknowledge it, and there's not much I can do about it. I need you, and using you would be very, very good for me. Anyway, we then see that Carrie has woken up, and so male Carrie makes them join bodies again, so that he can heal her inside his body. And then we see David here again, once again looking very ominous, with this very creepy grin. Because yeah, he feels super overconfident now. He believes in his own powers, and you can tell that something's off. And the interesting thing is, Sid still hasn't mentioned anything about their the last episode to David, because she does think that because she's been too preoccupied with having sex with David in the astral plane. I need to put the cover on for this because there's a chance YouTube won't like me showing Rachel Keller's and Dan Stevens' asses, but that is the thing that shows up. But yeah, we have this scene of them talking in bed in the White Room in the astral plane, where David and Sid, where David asks her if it was her first time, because obviously she has these powers where she can't touch anyone. So was this her first time? And she says it wasn't. There was a time when she was 16. Her and her mom's boyfriend had a flirtation, so she was curious. And so what she did was she changed into her mom's body. She went into the shower, and the guy fucked her. But she says, because she was younger, her powers didn't last that long then. And so she changed when he was still inside her. And so obviously that caused a few awful things to happen, such as like everyone started, as she says, everyone started screaming, and how and how her mom was freaking out, and how they had arrested the guy and everything. It was just really a mess of it. But yeah, it wasn't her first time, which is interesting to establish, because we'll see that scene later in season 2, and we'll learn what the point of it is. But yeah, Sid then mentions a line that's cited a lot by people who watch the show. That is, who teaches us to be normal when we're one of a kind. Mentioning how her powers like make her special, basically, in a sense, and how David's powers also make him special, and how trying to be normal, trying to achieve a normal life, it's like what is normal only depends on you, which again ties in with like the perception of reality thing that I mentioned earlier, about how this show makes it seem like, yeah, reality is how you perceive it. It's not really like what you there's not really an objective way to quantify like what is your reality, what is normal, which I do like as a very interesting thing to explore. And then she also mentions to David, like, promise me if we get lost, we get lost together. Which David may or may not keep that promise. But yeah, Sid being characterized as someone who's gone through a lot of pain here, but she's like basically learned to grow from it, and live her life with all that pain and carry it. And we'll see more of that in season 2, which I'm gonna mention. I made a video on the dialogue I'm specifically thinking about right now. But yeah, then we see that this the bathroom of their White Room has a, oh shit, what did I change here? It has some red lighting on it, and we'll realize the reason why is because inside David is talking to Lenny. So it's all red here, and it was all blue when it was outside, when David was calm and David was with Sid. And here it's all red. It's Farouk. It's Farouk talking about wanting to get revenge. It's yeah, I really like just the use of color here. But yeah, Farouk is basically being like, yo, we can just, let's go after your sister. Then he's like, I shouldn't abandon these people. And they're just like, oh, we can bring him as cannon fodder, but I think it's kind of useless. And then we see Sid waking up. She walks to that bathroom, and I can't show the shot because her ass is in this shot, so YouTube would kill me. But anyway, we see her waking up in the real world, not inside the astral plane anymore, and she realizes that David left. He isn't at his bunk. And then she goes talk to Melanie and Batonomy, and it's like, David left. And so it being like, Batonomy's like, he fucked up our whole plan. We're trying to think of a plan to attack. It was very hard, but now we're fucked. They know we're attacking. He's probably going to lead them right to us. And And we also just lost our best weapon. And Melanie's like, well, we gotta go after him. He's too powerful. And Petonia's like, well, I guess we gotta do it. But he's clearly very angry at the idea because, you know, Melanie's putting them all at risk because she wants to use David to get Oliver. She also says she wants to win the war against Division 3, but at any rate, she does have ulterior motives. And so it shows how David is screwing up these people's lives for very selfish reasons, which is to go get his sister. Because yeah, she is being tortured, but they wouldn't kill her, and you know, he is hurting a lot of people by doing this. At any rate, Sid tries to defend David by being like, it's his sister, and Petonia's like, do you think I don't have a sister or someone I care about? We all have that, but I don't go fucking doing stupid shit like this. Yeah, Melanie asks Sid if she talked to David about you know, the events of episode 4, what they found out about David's past. He's like, we've been busy fucking, and Melanie's like, you know, David, he seems different after he came back, and Sid's like, yeah, more confident. And Melanie's like, yeah, it's dangerous like that, you know, someone with power like that. And Sid's like, he's my man, so I'm going at, so like, I don't really care. I don't really care about what he wants, what we want. I could give a fuck about what you think. Which is interesting considering how in season 2 they do have a much more like maternal. She has a much more maternal relationship with Sid, but in this season, Sid is so focused on this codependent relationship with David that she just can't fathom like going against him. By this point, anyway. And it is very interesting to show how like her lack of like being loved as she was growing up, how she attached herself to David so much. Like her backstory really ties in with her codependency with David really, really well. But yeah, then they go after David, and then they're driving towards Division 3, and the song Daily Mail by Radiohead plays, and it's a perfect choice for the scene. But I need to drink some water before I talk about it, otherwise I'm gonna die, so give me a sec. Oh, Neb died. Anyway, the song, basically, I think like the first few lines are perfect to exemplify why it works well. It is, the mourners are up on the mountain. The lunatics have taken over the asylum. The asylum obviously would mean that it's David's head and the lunatics being Farouk. And I just think it's a really good choice. The rest of the lyrics also tie in very well as the tone of the song being very melancholic and somber as it grows to be more like terrifying, I guess, when paired with the visuals of what we're going to see, which I'm going to mention soon. But I do think it fits really well. Yeah, what we see here once they get to Division 3 is that the Division 3 soldiers, they're all, well, you can see here, they're clipping through the floor. If you play the video game, you know what that is. Yeah, David just kind of caused like this whole destruction here and killed a bunch of soldiers. And what I love here is that we don't see the action scene here. What we see here is the aftermath, the reaction to this scene. And how these characters are reacting to the immense power that David has, and how frightening, frightful, scary David can be. I really do love that. That we're seeing the aftermath as opposed to just seeing the spectacle, because this isn't supposed to be spectacle. This is supposed to be like scary, and it is scary seeing the aftermath of something like that, seeing David's power and how in the wrong hands this could cause like some major issues. So yeah. And there's this point here where we see Autonomy and Sid find Dr. Kissinger, who having watched this show enough times, it isn't actually Dr. Kissinger, it is VI pretending to be Dr. Kissinger as a way to trick Sid into telling him information, into letting him free. But yeah, he acts really creepy because, pretending to be Dr. Kissinger after all of this has happened, and I imagine not having had enough time to prepare for that is much harder for him. But then they see these monitors that show video footage of what happened when David arrived. And we can see here how David used his powers to kill the soldiers. And how David was basically playing with these soldiers. Like he was just having fun. There's a specific shot I want to show here. There we are. It's just very silly from David's perspective because he doesn't take it seriously, which is really fucking scary to think about. And you're like, well, is it Farouk or is it David? It's both. Farouk is in control. He's helping David by using his powers, but David is definitely enjoying this. And you can tell definitely that David enjoys this. Especially with this showmanship here. David is having a lot of fun. And then we see this very, creepy shot here of the devil with yellow eyes and this kind of like X-ray camera kind of shit. So yeah, kind of showing like who's on the steering wheel now. And then we see Carrie back at the lab and he's analyzing like David's MRI thingy. But he starts to hear voices and shit and like some faint laughter, and he sees how everything just like from David's MRI was going a bit weird, like some images of David as a child showed up, and it's like that couldn't happen because it's a camera inside the MRI. And it shows how Farouk was kind of like manipulating David during that point and how he caused all of that, and showing how Farouk is always manipulating David's mind. And then we cut back to Sid and Ptolemy, and they find Clark's boss from episode 1, and he's stuck halfway inside the floor, and he says, be careful, he wears a human face. We were prepared, but he was too powerful. That's basically it. And then he dies. And then we cut to outside, and they talk to Carrie, and Carrie's like, I think we were wrong, because then that's when he realizes that he thinks there's a parasite, another mutant, attached itself to David's mind to manipulate him because of the way David's brain activity was going, and how his memories had the gaps and everything that we mentioned earlier. And so they're like, well, we don't know where David is. But then Sid, she gets brought into the white room, and she sees David playing the banjo, and he plays and sings Rainbow Connection in a very creepy tone, very shaky voice, and it's beautiful, and you should listen to it because it's creepy, it's great. And it's basically David showing how he's trapped inside his own mind, and how Farouk has taken over, and how he's looking at the bathroom that has the red lighting and just being like very scared of it. And Sid closes the door, and you can see there the world's angriest boy in the world, which is one of Farouk's faces. And then after that, Sid looks through a telescope and sees David's house, his childhood home, to showcase where he is. And so they go to David's childhood home, and the eye here is shown as he was following them. So they get there so David and Amy get there, because obviously David went to Division 3 to rescue Amy. So he gets there, and he's acting very creepily, but trying to be a bit playful, be like, yeah, I'm your brother. He wants to ask Amy about a secret she's hiding, and that he can feel it. And obviously, being a telepath, he should be able to read her mind to know what it is. But what Farouk does here, which I find really good, is that he manipulates, which is very in character because of how Farouk is very sadistic, is he manipulates and tortures Amy by having her be the one to say it to David. And also by showing the creepy image of David, like his... Hold up, I want to see the shot of David, like with the white eyes and just like having basically a convulsion, it seems, to like make Amy seem creeped out, because Farouk wants to toy with Amy. Farouk also wants to learn from Amy about David's real father, because that's part of Farouk's plan, to go get his own body, as we'll see in season 2. And the only way to get that is if he knows where Charles Xavier is, which he only find out with Amy telling him. So he is using it to first torture Amy, which is something he wants to do, to just simply have fun, but also, to gain this information and to get David on his side, because by having Amy admit to it instead of just reading her mind, it seems more personal to David to realize that he is actually adopted, and that Amy has been hiding David's whole life. So in that scene, even though Farouk was in the driver's seat, David was also there, and he was having fun showcasing his power and being all that confident and shit about his own abilities. And then we see the rest of the team arriving, except for the Carries, and then the audio cuts out, and they can't talk to each other, and it's because Farouk is manipulating here. It's basically half mental space, as in like astral plane, and half like real. It's hard to exactly explain how it works. It happens a few times in the show, but I really do like it. Like it's all silent, and the characters can talk to each other. It's like not only silent in like presentation. It's also silent in the universe for them. But yeah, they enter the house and they go looking for David. There's this moment where where Sid is scared by the world's angriest boy in the world running right in front of her, and I really love this shot. It's just really great acting as well of her crying. It's great. I love it. But yeah, they try to find David, and then something that happens is with this guy, fucking don't know his name. He is being followed by the Eye, and what the Eye does is, well, he replaces him, as we'll see later, and he's gonna use that to attempt to kill David. And then the Carries show up. Male Carrie has a headband they created to be able to isolate Farouk inside David's mind. And female Carrie walks out of Carrie's body with a baseball bat, because Melanie was asking her to come out because she needs Carrie to fight, and male Carrie was like, no, don't come out. That also still no dialogue. It's just this is all like through their mouth, them saying the things but no audio, and they're acting. I really love that though, because he wants to protect female Carrie by doing that, because of the beating she took last episode. But anyway, yeah, here we see how the Eye took over this person. Wait, that's not the shot I wanted. Here, let's see. Yeah, here, really good to show it. But yeah, and then Sid finds Amy sitting in that room, and then Lenny walks to Sid, and she starts talking about how David was fine until these people from Summerland started putting ideas in his head, and how that's been affecting David's mind, and how that's just fucking up her plans, or Farouk's plans. And so to make Sid jealous, I guess, and make her not less likely to continue being with David, she kisses David, and it's like all gross and shit. But yeah, then they walk into the room, and we see the Eye using that guy's body, getting Patonomy's machine gun and shooting at David and Sid, to which Sid says, yo, let's go to the White Room. And so David does that. He teleports him to the White Room, and time stops, basically. The rules of which are kind of complicated to explain. I would do so in my series whenever I do that. But yeah, they're in the White Room, and David is like fucking freaking out, and he's realizing he's losing control. You can see the red light there on his face, and how the room starts to get redder and redder as the scene goes on. As the Devil with Yellow Eyes chases Sid, and then once he gets to her, we cut to this place with the white background, and we'll realize we're in Clockworks. Isn't that weird? But the patients here are all people from Summerland, and the therapist is Lenny. And so that's what we're gonna see in the next episode. But yeah, really great fucking cliffhanger. And what Farouk's plan here is to trap them inside this version of Clockworks while he is wearing down David's mind to be able to take control of David's body, and use it for his own benefit, because Farouk doesn't have his own body, so he wants to use David's, because by this point he already thinks that David isn't going to go along with his plan. He thinks he might, which is why he makes an appeal to David by the end of the episode, by the end of episode 6. But he is not. He is already kind of throwing that plan out the window. What I do love is by trapping them in clockworks that we see some explorations of their characters in this episode with Melanie and her unwillingness to move on from Oliver, and how Laney's like, your husband's been dead for like decades and you still like keep his clothes in his room and shit like that. And Melanie's like, no, he's gonna come back. Obviously, in the real world, Oliver isn't dead, but it's using these kinds of unhealthy obsessions and yeah, I guess obsessions is the right word to use, that each character has to manipulate them into like thinking, yeah, no, we should stay here at Clockworks, like, we're supposed to be here because we are insane. So like when she talks about Ptonomy, it's how like Ptonomy spends a lot of time in the memory of his mother dying because she died right in front of him, and how that's very unhealthy because obviously fucking seeing his mother dying over and over again, and his powers being that he can remember literally everything, like including his birth, and which is it just shows how like his powers are tied with this mental image of his mother dying, because it's something that he can't forget. Because of how his powers work, he can remember it perfectly, like every little detail, and it being something so traumatic to him, he just goes back to it it's like so often, and it probably is something that does happen to him even in the real world, regardless of them being at Clockworks, which I do really like. For what's the next one other than him? For the carries, it's obviously just like this codependent attachment where they're like, who's it hurting that we're all this close? Like, it doesn't really matter. It's not hurting anyone. But it's this idea of like, we want to be together so much that we don't care about being considered healthy or not. We just want to be together. Which, yeah, codependency is a big thing this season. I just realized, considering how like Melanie with Oliver, Sid with David, and the carries. And then we have the Eye, who's his thing is that what that Laney points out is that he matured to later than everyone else, in terms of like puberty. He went through puberty later than other boys, but as he says, what matters is the man you come out as, and that what matters, what matters is the man you come out as, and that he's not less of a man than anyone else, which will later tie into when Lenny says that the Eye understands how the point of life is power, and that it doesn't matter how you get there, only that you do get there. You get to be a powerful person. Which, yeah, because of the Eye's history, which is established in the previous episode, of him actually having been one of the few people who started Summerland, but then leaving because he wanted to be more powerful. Instead of wanting to help people, he wanted to use this power. He wanted to feel like he had control, or he wanted to feel like he had control. He went rogue and went to work for Division 3, and so this want for him to have power and think that's like the end goal of life really works really well for his character, I believe. And Sid, what Lenny says to her is how she feels isolated by the world, but it's not the world isolating her, it's her. And Sid's just like, I'm sorry, but just like this all somehow just doesn't feel real, which I think makes perfect sense for Sid to be the one to see through this facade, like she's still like being controlled, because this all like is a trick that's put into all their minds. But Sid being the one that kind of can see through it at certain points in this episode and the next and figure out what's actually happening works really well, because Sid is the one who would want to leave Clockworks the most. She doesn't think she's actually sick. She thinks that her powers are something that she can use for good and to help herself, as well as the fact that she wants to have a normal life, or just have a life. She doesn't want to stay locked inside a mental hospital. which we saw in episode 1. So all this established in episode 1, making her be the one who he's able to break out of this like delusion that Farouk created is quite interesting. I think it works really well. And this episode we follow Sid mostly, which because she's the one who wants to break out of it, which I really do love. Let me see if I can get through the next part of this episode. Oh yeah, there's also David talks to Lenny, and we established that in this delusion, he doesn't actually have paranoid schizophrenia as he does in the real world. He has maniac. He has mania. He's bipolar disorder, which works really well for his character as well, considering he is someone who always oscillates between like the very highs of like feeling extremely powerful, like when he's in control of his own powers, and the very low lows of when he's always felt powerless in his life. And working with Lenny now as a therapist, be when he feels actually powerful and confident, and on this high, would mean that he would be more willing to go along with Lenny's plan, which is to work with her as opposed to against her. Lenny obviously being one of Farouk's masks. So again, it's just really well done to explore that through Lenny. Yeah, we have the scene where they're eating pie and bugs show up on Sid's pie. And it's like, oh, she's the only one who sees that, and it's because of her being the one who can see through this like charade facade. And yeah, it works really well. And then we have this montage of fucking Lenny dancing to Feeling Good, and it's great. Copyright fucks me over. Yeah.
Tim's favourite scene.
It is Tim's favorite scene. Tim, are you here?
Yes, I am. I was waiting for this bit.
All right, so talk about it, please, because my throat is dying.
Oh.
Oh.
I mean, it's good to see like Lenny, Farouk, and all that, just to, I guess, just sort of celebrate the power they have over David now, and like just dancing through all of his most traumatic memories, like how they danced through the kitchen that was fucking blown to bits, and just whereas for David that was a very sort of traumatic event, and now it's just she's just dancing around, just celebrating, which is a pretty good sort of way to show how, I guess, like in her sort of, in their mind, they've kind of won over David. And also, it doesn't help that it's certainly something to look at.
I mean, yeah, what Aubrey Plaza's wearing is definitely not in any way humble. Yeah, I do. Yeah, this scene's great. I agree with everything you said. There's actually really good analysis of the scene, Tin. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah. But yeah, we see that Sid is dreaming of the events of the real world, again showing how she's the one to break out of this. David shows up to Sid's room, and we have a scene that's very much like the scene in episode 1 where she came to David's room at Clockworks, but instead of saying that he's leaving the next day, they have a conversation where Sid is like, don't you ever want to leave here? And David's like, why would I? Like, I'm good here, like I have a balanced routine and that keeps me safe. And Sid's like, well, don't you think, you could live a life out there? And it's like, I'm no good out there. Like, maybe we belong here with these freaks, and that's okay. And it's interesting because it is kind of like flipping Sid's logic on herself, because Sid has been the one to say, like, we don't judge who's normal. So, like, we're basically on the same level. Like, us being weird or, mentally ill doesn't make us, lesser than, doesn't make us different. But it's also like, it means that she's accepting that she's on the same level as these other people who have like extremely weird ailments. Like we have the tree guy in this episode and in episode 1, who's the guy who dresses as a tree and stands in the background. So it's basically that kind of level. So it is interesting for David to do that with her. But yeah, he's basically like, you should stay here. And she's like, I don't know. I don't want that. anyway, the door from which Lenny came out of in the previous scene that Sid had seen when she was walking through the hallways, it has disappeared, and so it's like, huh, that's weird. And yeah, she gets a book and starts reading about it, how like dimensional displacement and shit like that, and how that could work. And she reads about memory palace, which is basically what the astral plane is, which she realized later in the episode that that's what it is. And yeah, that's how she figures out that how kind of like how they are, where they are, and how it works. We follow the Carries for a bit. Female Carrie is very scared of the eye, but then when they go to bed, male Carrie, he sees the ice cube, Oliver's ice cube, and so he shows up at the astral plane, and he talks to Oliver. Oliver leads him. Oh, Jeb finally died. But yeah, Oliver leads him to his ice cube, and then we cut back to David and Sid. David is painting a painting of Sid, and Sid's like, oh, maybe, memory palace, that's what we are, because like this place doesn't seem real. And David's like, be careful, because if you keep talking like that, then Lenny's gonna want to put you back on like a pre-dosage or shit like that. And Sid's like, wait, what? That doesn't really make sense. What does not wanting to be touched have to do with me thinking this place is real? And David's like, what do you mean not wanting to be touched? You have paranoid schizophrenia. And so we realize by this point that, yes, indeed, Farouk made Sid think that she has paranoid schizophrenia in this fake clockworks, as opposed to David, and David thinking he has mania, which Sid gets very angry and shocked about. But obviously, because those are symptoms of her like delusion, it also makes her question her own reality. She think, oh shit, like maybe I am schizophrenic. Obviously, this isn't shown like explicitly. I'm just kind of like giving the rundown of all the subtleties of the scene. But yeah, but one thing that this scene shows as well a lot is how David is being manipulated by Farouk to be very happy in the situation, to be very content with the situation at Clockworks. And I was like, Lenny's always helping me, she's gonna help you too. It's like, don't worry. And like she always tells me, and you should do the same. Like, say, let's take a deep breath and shit like that. But anyway, Sid walks out of the room. She sees this weird like thing on the wall. It's like this heart beating, and she touches it. There's like some blood coming out of it, and then she remembers how when Lenny was stuck in the wall, and she remembers basically the events of the show. And so Lenny shows up and is like, oh, Sid's trying to hide that she knows now, but Lenny is like, oh, manipulating her into putting these headphones on, and what she ends up listening to is Choir and Crickets, which is a very relaxing track from Jeff Russo's score, and it's the most listened track from the Legion score because people listen to it to go to sleep. Yeah, that's a fun fact for you. Yeah. Yeah, I find that funny. But anyway, yeah, she listens to it, and it's kind of hypnotizing her in a sense, and Lenny uses it to make Sid kind of like fall into this hypnotic sleep, and then she sends Sid into David's childhood bedroom, basically like locking her away from the rest of the Clockworks people, just so she can isolate her, considering she's the only one who knows things by now. And yeah, I'll talk a bit more about it later. But yeah, we see Carrie, female Carrie, waking up. She goes to male Carrie's room. Male Carrie's not there, and then the eye shows up, and he's acting very scary. And she's very scared, and she runs away. But yeah, basically, as we'll see in the next episode, the eye is just trying to hunt Carrie. He's doing it for sport, basically. He wants to frighten her and cause her like mental anguish, because what he wants is to establish his power over her. So yeah. Then we see David. He goes to Then we see David. We see David's sister Amy, who is a nurse in this Clockworks, this version of Clockworks. And I do really love what they do with her here, being like, her saying like, we adopt you because we have to, but actually we all hate you. Like nobody likes you, you're unloved, because it is feeding into David's insecurities about himself, because he feels like he isn't loved, but also that Farouk is trying to drive David away from everyone and everything he knows, so that David would accept Farouk as his like one true partner, the one person that he does that he can trust. But yeah, David then runs away. We see Melanie being called by Oliver, and so she goes into the room where that stopped in time, where the bullets were shot at David and Sid, and it's done through Oliver's powers, because he has the same powers as Farouk and has the same powers as David. All right, and yeah, she wants to talk to Oliver, but who was under that suit was actually Carrie, as we'll learn in the next episode. But yeah, she's trying to help David, to save David and Sid, get them out of the way of the bullets, but she can't. And then we come back to David going to Lenny's office, and they have a conversation, and Lenny's like basically like gloves off. She's not pretending to be like Lenny anymore. She knows that the jig is up, and she doesn't really care about it. Well, maybe not that the jig is up, but she doesn't care about like trying to make David trust her anymore. Or Farouk is not making David try to trust him anymore, because he thinks it's just too much work to do this when he could just take over David's body. Because by this point he was trying to get David to work with him and trying to get him to cooperate. Sorry. All right. He's trying to get David to cooperate so they could work together and rule the world as basically gods, considering their like god level power. But David is just like, he's always like, he came into Lenny's office looking for Sid, and there's obviously like David's friends who are always like getting into trouble, and there's Division 3 that they have to work around, and how like having to work with David is just way too much work, way more work than just taking over David's body and using it as a vessel for his power, which is way more of what Farouk wants to do. He just wants to be powerful. He doesn't really care about all this drama. He even says like he would have let David keep Sid, but Sid became a fucking nuisance, and she came with this idea of like love, and as if like, and like taking David's eye off the ball, when the goal that Farouk wants and he wants David to want is to rule the world. And so Lenny mentions here how Farouk mentions here how the point of life is power, is to be powerful, and that the eye gets that, and that it doesn't, and that like that's the only point of life. The only person that matters in the universe is God, is a line in the show. And so he doesn't care about this petty drama. And so what he does is he sends David's mind inside like a fucking mental coffin, and traps David inside his own mind. And basically, as he does that, that means that Farouk will be able to take over David's mind once like David's mind is basically erased from his own brain. So basically the idea. And then we end this episode with Carrie inside the suit, waking up Sid. Yeah, I really love what this episode does in terms of like character, for each of them exploring their powers and their mental state, and how like their backstories and how it all affected them, in terms of like their relationships, or just plainly what their how they work in like an inner conflict kind of thing, because they all have their inner demons that they have to deal with. Yeah. Chapter 7 is the best episode of the show, I would say. It's not my favorite, but I would say it's the best.
I like it a lot.
Yes.
I like episodes. I like episodes like these in TV shows where you just get this time to explore all these characters and what matters the most to them, and it's nice to sort of slow things down a tad and just explore these characters that we're coming to care about.
Agreed. I thought Tin had something to say.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
All right then. So yeah, chapter 7. We start with Farouk as that with yellow eyes, and then Lenny asking Amy about David's dad, his biological dad, because now Farouk wants to find his own body, which is why Farouk is like, "What did he do with it?" As we'll see, season 2, the plot is that Farouk wants to find his body. But yeah, then Farouk sees that Carrie has left Clockworks, and he's now with Oliver in the ice cube. But he leaves them be because by this point, who really cares? Because as far as Farouk knows, they can't do anything. Once they actually become a nuisance is when the problem begins, because all Farouk needs as of now is to wait to take over David's body. This is the moment where Carrie realizes that Farouk is the thing that is inside David's mind, the parasite. They know about Farouk because of legends and shit, and because it's a very ancient, powerful mutant. And so we see the continuation from the last episode with Clark. Not Clark. Fucking, my mind is always saying Clark. I don't know why. I mean, I know why. It's because Clark, the other character, but Carrie talking to Sid in a place where it's like safe from the Shadow King, from Farouk, so that he can tell Sid what's going on, and so they can like fight back. So Sid actually has figured out everything that's been going on. How they're in a mental place, the astral plane. She doesn't call it the astral plane, but yeah, they're in a mental version of Clockworks created by a monster inside David's head that's meant to trick them, and how their real physical bodies are trapped inside a room that's stuck in time with the bullets about to hit them. And so if they defeat Farouk, they time unfreezes and they die. So they need to find a way to stop that before they're able to free everyone. And so Carrie gives her a few glasses that are meant to show her what's real and what's not. Even though this place isn't real like at all, but it's about like the amount of energy that Farouk spends. So like something like these people that are standing around in the back, these aren't real. Farouk isn't spending enough energy, like enough power to like make them real. And so when she puts on the glasses, she realizes that this is all like fake from Farouk to just be to frighten them and not let them fight back. Which is also really smart from Farouk to just do it more passively. And then we see again Melanie in the room, and then Carrie shows up in the 20,000 Leagues Under Sea suit, and Oliver shows up, and it's the first time Melanie has seen her husband in decades. However, Oliver doesn't really remember her. He knows her, but he doesn't know where from. He doesn't remember she's his wife, because, well, obviously, as I mentioned in episode 4, his mind is kind of collapsed in itself. But she's being very charming, mentioning how she's very pretty and shit like that. And she's obviously very happy to see Oliver again. Then they have to try to figure out how to stop the bullets. Carrie gets the device from his own hand, the device I mentioned in episode 5, that is meant to isolate Farouk's brainwaves so that only David has control of his body. Melanie walks around the house. There's blood dripping from the floor onto the ceiling. Yes, that's what happens. Yeah. Here I showed it. Gravity's inverted for that blood. And then she finds that blood is coming from this dude who I don't know the name. I feel bad. Which, to be fair, I think they only mentioned his name once in the show. Anyway, yeah, we see that he's dying, and that's when they stop time. That's why in the Clockworks version of everything in the astral plane, he's like in a wheelchair and just like basically catatonic. which is interesting to think. How like his mind projected this version of reality, I guess, as his like dying breaths. I also really love this shot specifically where everything is in black and white because we're seeing it from Sid's perspective of her wearing the glasses, but the outside the windows it has color because it's from Carrie's perspective because she's running away from these things. So yeah, I really do love that shot. Yeah, hold up, let me take off the cover so it's better to see here. It's brilliant. So yeah, Sid puts on the glasses on Carrie, and then we see David trapped inside the mental coffin, and we see another David right next to him, and that David has a British accent, and it says that it's a projection from David's power because he's having a breakdown and his power kicked in to save him. So this David is a representation of David's rational mind, which is why he's British. That's literally what they say in the show, and I find that hilarious. Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
I love that joke.
Yeah, it's so funny. And it's also like a very posh English accent. It's not Dan Stevens' actual British accent, so I also like that. Alrighty. So we see English David and normal David talking and trying to rationalize how everything's working. And British David's like, yo, if you're stuck inside your own mind, then there's no coffin. So we can actually control this. So let's try to figure this out. So he's like, imagine a classroom with a board. And so yeah, they appear here at a classroom with a chalkboard. And they've been, English David is like, yo, you're in control. Let's figure this out. This is the first time we see another personality from David's powers, and that's something that shows up later in season 2 and 3. But it is interesting as a way to establish how his mind comes up with these. And as considering how many personalities show up later in season 3, it does make it seem like David has kind of completely lost his sense of reality, and just like more personalities are being created to try to combat that and try to like make him understand how his life works, basically, and failing at it because by season 3 he thinks he's betrayed by the group. But yeah, what rational David tells him to do is to write down things. So like he has a parasite and stuck in his head. He's adopted, and David, he's been like, well, like why did my parents give me away? Why was I adopted? Did my parents just not want me? And then rational David's like, no, stop thinking about that. Let's think about the facts. And David's like, yeah, I am pretty, I am loved. It's the first time he says something like this, but obviously by the end of season 2, he says, I'm a good person, I deserve love, quite a few times. So it's interesting to hear him say this, like he's trying to reassure himself that he is actually a good person. And I do really like it. Like he has this insecurity about not being loved, and so he needs this reassurance, which is why he wants to be with Sid so much, despite him, as I said, not reciprocating the love with her in the same sense that she does, because she genuinely loves him. I think one thing that Farouk says to Sid in season 2 is how like David loves Sid the same way how a flower loves the bee. Like it's only like to serve a function, and in this case the function for David is to feel loved, but it's not to like actually like David loves Sid. He just needs her to love him, to help him. It's always about him, which we'll see later in season 2, but it is well established in season 1. Anyway, yeah, we have this chalkboard moment, which is great, where he starts drawing. He draws like a baby version of himself, and it turns into animation, and it's brilliant because using a chalkboard is just chalk drawings to symbolize David's thought process, but because it is inside the astral plane, it's all inside his mind. He can actually picture these things and actually have them animate what he's thinking. And so yeah, it's just really good way to showcase his thought process. But yeah, he basically figures out that his dad fought Farouk in the astral plane, and so he kicked Farouk out of his body, and Farouk's consciousness went into David. And And so again, this is another moment of doubt here that I'm showing, where David doesn't know if if his parents abandoned him because they knew the monster was with him, or if they did it to protect him. And he says, well, like, I'm not sure. And he's like very sad about it. It's like, well, let's assume it was to protect me. And then he figures out other shit, like how the monster found him and how it haunted him for 30 years. And it's been feeding on him to get, power from him. And it made him crazy, which is partly true, as we'll learn later in the show. It didn't make him crazy. He has other personality disorders, but it did actually, obviously, contribute to it. But now David remembers the dialogue from the last episode being like, the only being in the universe that matters is God. And so the point being that David is figuring out that Farouk's goal was to basically rule the world, or maybe get revenge on his dad, or maybe just destroy the world. And so now David basically understands what he has to do. He has to take his body over from Farouk to be able to, stop him from achieving his goal of getting enough power to kill David's dad or destroy the world. So yeah, David then, he comes back and he shows up again here in the coffin, and he breaks out of it. And then we see again Sid, Carrie, and wheelchair guy walking around trying to find Melanie and David. We see this eye here, which shows how Farouk is watching them. And then we have this beautiful moment where they're trying to figure out a way to move Sid and David out of the bullets. And what Oliver does is he starts conducting a performance of Bolero de Ravel. I think that's the name. Well, it's actually a different version that the show has, which is made by Jeff Russo, Faldero de Ravel. And he starts forming the word shield with these letters that are showing up in front of Sid and David to shield them from the bullets. And then we have this beautiful montage with the song playing as it crescendos, with David trying to escape his own mind, but Farouk created this infinite loop of him like walking and then going into like his therapist's office, into his apartment, and then the therapist's office, and just going back and forth and doing that cycle over and over and over. We see Sid, Carrie, and the dude looking for Melanie and David, but then the eye shows up and grabs Carrie, and she makes her like her glasses fall, and now she's like fighting things that aren't there. And she gets like fucked up by the eye. Here you can see his fucking punch. And then we see David again, and he finally manages to break out of that his therapist room, and now he's at the Division 3 place, and he uses his powers to like lash out and start destroying the place, as we'll see a bit later. And then Farouk shows up to toy with Clark, the Eye, and Sid. And because the Eye was like basically taking attention out of him, taking attention out of Farouk, he kills the Eye in a very gruesome manner. If we can watch it here, yeah, it's kind of gross, very gross actually. But and we can see it here. He actually starts dying there in real life as well. But yeah, Farouk starts toying with Sid and Carrie, and it's like prepare to die. He's about to kill the two, or like torture them and then kill them. But then he sees that that Oliver and Carrie are about to like stop Farouk. So he goes into the room where they are, and then he undoes Clark and Oliver's entire work. Well, Clark's work was just to, get closer to David, to put the headband on. But yeah, the shield just disappears, and now, yeah, the Sid and David are unprotected. And then the guy from the wheelchair, that's on the verge of death, he regains consciousness because Melanie had said something in his ear before. And he uses all his last remaining powers to wake up, get to where Farouk is, grab him, and then throw himself far away so that he can buy them some time, which ends up saving their lives. Because by this point, David has basically broken out of the prison that inside of his mind that Farouk put him in, and sending everyone back to their bodies, as well as Carrie, and putting the headband on him, which would isolate the Farouk in his brain. However, obviously the bullets are still going to hit them. So what happens here is, before time actually moves back, David turns back, and the bullets get shot through to his back. And you're like, oh no, he died. But actually, he didn't. He's okay. You don't know why? Because he caught the fucking bullets. And you're like, wow, isn't that cheap? No, I think it's fucking amazing in the way that it showcases how powerful David is. Because the real threat in the show is David. And that's something that the show, that people need to realize when watching it. And so showing how, like, even bullets can stop him now, and how David has such a control over his own mind, especially because of his power kicking in to help him understand how his own mind and powers work. I think it works really well to do that, for him to stop the bullets, and how cocky he seems here with Sid. And then, yeah, David sees that, they need to get to Division 3, so he uses his powers here, basically fucking looking like a deity, and teleports them back to Summerland. Then we have a scene where Oliver made them all like omelets, and they're eating it. And Oliver is like flirts with Melanie, and it's very sweet considering, first time in the real world that they've met. Then male Carrie goes to talk to female Carrie, and we have this brilliant split diopter, and female Carrie is very upset with Carrie because he left her when they were at Clockworks, which, yeah, when Clark went after Oliver, he left her. And obviously, with their extremely codependent relationship, as I mentioned earlier, it's something that she finds very hard to forgive, because he didn't take care of her when that's like their agreement. So, yeah, he obviously looks very, very sad that he disappointed her so much. Then we have David and Amy talking, and Amy apologizing for, like, oh man, like, I didn't want to lie to you, and like, with the powers, like, I didn't know, I thought you were sick, maybe I should have paid more attention, should try to help you more. And I think it's especially powerful that she feels so guilty because she's the one who put David at Clockworks, as we learn in season 2. So yeah, I think this works really well. Yeah, but then as they're going to remove the headband and remove Farouk out of David's body, they get surrounded by Division 3, led by Clark, who's now all burned up because, well, yeah, there's a big-ass fucking explosion when David escaped, but he survived, barely. And, yeah, he looks really hurt. But, yeah, they surrounded them, and he tells them to kill the others, but let David live, because, he wants to talk to David, and he needs to get some information from David. But, yeah, we see then Lenny and Farouk stuck inside David's mind, the same, like, coughing kind of shit, but she kind of freaks out, and then she breaks a small thing, a small bit out of the coffin, with this creepy smile. I love it. I love that shot. Of how, she's like, oh yeah, I'm coming, bitch. And that's the end of episode 7, the best episode of the show, I think, because of the amount of payoffs of them finally, like, fighting Farouk, the David understanding his own powers and understanding his own backstory, to, like, just figuring it out rationally. Not that he got everything right, he didn't actually, which I like, because him putting so many pieces together 100% right would have been a bit weird. But I do like that he didn't get everything right. And Sid, like, as I said, was the payoff of Sid being the one to, like, break out of it on her own, and that helping her break Carrie out, and obviously that guy going out on, like, a blaze of glory, having his, like, final moments being him like, yeah, I'm gonna save these people, and stopping Farouk. It's really great. Just realized we didn't see much of Autonomy this episode. But yeah, obviously also seeing Melanie seeing Oliver again for the first time. Them having, like, the small moment when they're having, like, breakfast. It's all some really, really great stuff. as well as just some really creative sequences, like as I said with the Folero playing. There's the fact obviously that it's played as a silent film, which is really interesting, especially because when they shot it, they didn't intend it to be a silent film. They did that on post, and it works perfectly. Like only when they were editing did they realize that they wanted to do that. So I really do love that. Yeah, that's the end of chapter 7.
Yeah, I was gonna say I do like a lot of the sort of stylistic choices of that episode. Like you said, with how the song's used and the silent film section,
Yeah.
it's really creatively done, even if it wasn't intentionally filmed that way originally.
Yeah.
And stuff like Lenny's, or well, Farouk at that point, I guess. Her design in that section as well, like with the hair and just everything, just how messed up she looks. It's quite freaky. And
Yeah, because
like,
the
the way
point by
she-
that point is like she's used all her energy like from her powers to keep them there, and she's using all the remaining energy she has to keep David locked inside his mind because he's breaking out, and she can't let him do that, otherwise she's fucked. Oh, he's fucked for real.
yeah, and the way she kills the eye reminds me of some parts of Agents of Shield.
Oh, I was muted. Agents of Shield.
Yeah, because of gravity.
Oh, Gravitonium.
Yeah.
Right. That's true. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's quite a similar effect.
Yeah, it is.
And of course,
This was done
I
before,
like-
so Agents of Shield copied Legion, of course.
yeah, I like seeing Clark back as well as a more messed up house.
Yeah. Yeah, Hamish Linklater is great. It's great to see him again. Yeah, I know. It would take way too much time for me to explain what I love so much about this episode, and we still have like 2 seasons to go through. Don't worry, I'm not gonna go episode by episode after I finish season 1. I just started doing this for season 1, so I'm just gonna continue this for like the next episode, which is the last, and then talk more broadly. Because yeah, we've been going on for 4 hours now. We've only gotten through 1 season, so yay.
Oh man,
Look, it's rough. The show's good. I would have so many things I want to mention, but
damn this show for being too good.
So let's get started with the season 1 finale, chapter 8. It starts with Clark at the hospital. All bandaged up, of course, because burns. And we learned that he spent 6 weeks. We'll learn later that he spent 6 weeks here at the hospital trying to heal. No, not just in the hospital. Like he spent at least 6 weeks trying to recover from these burns. And he obviously looks very messed up, as we saw. Like here, it's quite. The makeup here is really good. I really love it. I think he has the burns on like 40% of his body, from what I remember. The show establishing. Oh yeah, also he has a husband and a kid, which will be important for season 3. But very woke, yeah. But no, see, Legion only gets woke in season 3 because it has an Asian character.
Of course.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, Clark is like he's very mad about the fact not only that he got, but how like he's been like deformed so much, and his husband's trying to reassure him, but and so we see a montage of him trying to recover, but him looking very depressed, and him finally being able to get back to work, and they're trying to put him at a desk job, and he's like, fuck that, the only like joy I get from life by this point is from doing my job. I'm gonna do it, and I don't care what you say, like I'm not gonna do a desk job, I'm gonna get my job done, I'm gonna go out on the field. So yeah, what he does is he puts on his clothes, he gets this fucking really awesome cane that's like a fucking wolf in front of it. It's great, it looks awesome. And this fucking red suit, all dapper. It's great. I love it. And then yeah, we see him in those clothes again. as we saw at the end of the last episode, talk to David. And so, yeah, he's like, "Oh, David, we have so much to talk about. You can kill the others." And then David says, "No." And then David uses his telekinesis to put all of these soldiers in a pile of soldiers. Hold up, I want to show the shot of the pile of soldiers because it is really interesting here. Yeah, and it kind of shows like, holy shit, David is so powerful. Again, the show is undermining its stakes by showing how powerful David is. But it's doing it like to make a point, which I love, because something like the Flash, it establishes powers for a character like Barry, and he's so overpowered that every conflict should like be easily resolvable, and it just isn't. And the way Legion does it is that David is so powerful that the physical conflicts are easily resolvable. The actual like interesting conflicts are the inner emotional and psychological conflicts that each character has, especially David. And so using David to have him be super powerful makes him the threat to other people, and so it forces them to hear him. And so even if we do consider that David is a good person by this point, the conflict that comes from this episode isn't about the soldiers, isn't about Division 3. It is about Farouk still being trapped inside David's mind and needing to get him out, and how David seems to be kind of like losing it with like his lust and love for power, as we see here, because like this is such like a Christianic image of him, like making him lower than and then talking to Clark, and you see how terrified Clark is, like, oh, I fucked up. And then we also see that Clark has a camera inside his right eye, which is an eye that was burned. Anyway, then we have this scene which I love, fantastic dialogue between David and Sid, where Sid says, like, it doesn't matter if you save the world if you can't save yourself. And then David says, I'm so sick of myself. This only works if it's about me. If it isn't about me, because, you know, by this point he really hates how everything has become about himself, how he's the center of everything, but that, and how, like, because he thinks he's such a broken person, he doesn't think he can be fixed, and so he's just like, I'm gonna focus on trying to better myself by trying to be a good person for the world, instead of trying to fix myself, because he doesn't believe he can be fixed. In season 2, that's going to change because they take Farouk out of David's mind. And so David thinks like, oh no, I'm fixed. Now I'm fine, because Farouk is the thing that's always been making me sick, not myself. I've never had problems, and that's what causes him to start going insane. But yeah, David says about how magical this was, and how being with Sid is like a fairy tale, and how he thinks it's too good for him. And so he doesn't want, things should be about him. And then we see here them talking about whether or not they should like consider talking to Clark, or Autonomy says they should just kill him, and Melanie's like, oh, if we kill him, it's like a declaration of like war. We're gonna get attacked. Like, they're gonna bombard this place. We're all gonna die. So, not a great idea. And then we see male Carrie go bring some water to female Carrie. Not female Carrie, to Clark. And female Carrie's like, don't fucking give him to his hand. Put him on the table. Which shows not only that female Carrie is very smart, but she still does care about male Carrie, because she is protecting him. And yeah, also that she's still a bit angry at male Clark. Well, she's very angry at male Carrie, but she still really loves him. She's worried about him. And he does offer for them to merge, but they don't. Then there's a scene where Melanie talks to Oliver, and they're like, well, we survived the day. Maybe we should have dinner. And it's we also see her point of view from after that, where she's contemplating that conversation, being like, man, like, I got my husband back, but in what form? And it's interesting in that, because by the end of the episode, Oliver remembers Melanie when he's working on the thing later, and it is kind of tragic when he gets taken by Farouk, to be able to so that like she could have actually had her husband back, but she actually doesn't anymore. She actually won't, because of Farouk, so it does make it more tragic. At least for this season. Season 2, by the end, she does get him back. Anyway, Melanie talks to Clark, and she's like, You know what? You used to scare me. If you came here like like before I met David, then yeah, I would have been terrified of you. But I now know the power that David holds. He's way too powerful. Um, it's for me to actually think that you hold any power against us. Which yeah, again, showcasing just how the level of OP that David is, because yeah, he really is that. So like Clark keeps like making these threats, but they ring hollow for Melanie because she's like, you know, you guys aren't powerful enough anymore. And she says how like the time of the dinosaur is over. Um, yeah, as like a metaphor of how like the meteor hit and all the dinosaurs were became extinct because of the amount of power they were hit with. What series is this? Or I was watching your other vids about the Flash. This is about Legion. It's a Marvel FX TV show. So yeah, and then we see, and then Melanie is like, so we can actually negotiate if you want. But and I suggest you do. One thing that I also really love is the headband on David's head. It gets redder and redder as the episode goes on because it obviously represents Farouk. And as the episode goes on, Farouk is getting more of a hold on David's mind, like he's breaking free from that mental coffin that David put him in. And so yeah, they do have a scene where they talk to Clark, and they're not really being truthful with each other. They're all like ring these hollow threats. And then David it seems to be like going a bit weird. He seems a bit crazy, because of what's going on with his mind. And then Sid gets teleported to the White Room by Farouk, and Farouk is like, "Hey, girl, I need your help to get out of David's body, because David wants me out, but I can't leave, and the only way they're gonna like actually take me out with Clark's machine is if they kill David too." And yeah, obviously that's not something Sid would want. And we also have a fantastic dialogue where Sid says how Farouk is basically this tumor inside David. How she's just saying that's like existed to take advantage of David and exist in this parasitic state, but that doesn't actually like she isn't actually like something that David actually cares about, even though Lenny seems to Farouk seems to keep saying like, David needs me, or you need me and shit like that. She's just like a nuisance in their way. It's basically what Sid wants to say. As we'll learn, it's not really the case, as we'll see from season 2 onwards. So yeah, she says, yo, Sid, you gotta take me out of David's mind. And she does this. She touches Sid's lips, and then Sid touches her own lips. Very, very subtle setup, but it basically it tells Sid the way she has to do to take Lenny out of David's mind, Farouk out of David's mind, and it is by her kissing David, or basically just touching David, because that would make them switch bodies, and therefore Farouk will go inside Sid's body, and so it can like move independently after that. So yeah, really smart small setup. Because David is like passing out, and this he's going like crazy. They're gonna take Clark out, but then Sid's like, David has a fucking mutant parasite stuck in his head called Farouk. We need your help. And you know what? You're right. We should trust each other. So let's start with that trust. I'm gonna tell you this information. But then Melanie's like, no, take Clark out of here. I don't I can't risk it trusting Division 3. And so they put David into the room. They're gonna try to take out Farouk from his mind. And we have this beautiful lighting here with the blue and the red, basically the fight between David and Farouk inside David's mind. And then Breathe from Pink Floyd starts playing as we go into David's mind, and we see all these moments from David's memories where basically every time Farouk is there, he's being erased. He's been like vaporized, kind of like Thanos snapped, like you saw there. Which is a really it shows it is working, that they are erasing Farouk from David's mind, but then it starts backfiring and David's mind starts going like haywire, and then we have this moment where David talks to Farouk and he's like, you know what? After all this time, you've been here since I was born. I don't really know who I am without you. And then when he says, I'm not leaving. And then we have this really cool shot where, it seems like she is strangling David, but it's actually, fucking, hold up. Gotta pause for copyright. It's after this. Fucking, where is it? I'm gonna find it, hold up. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna put the cover up just so I can fucking find this shot. But yeah. David is basically like trying to fight Farouk inside his own mind, over control over his body. And there's this moment where Sid is going towards David to be like, I know what I gotta do. And Melanie's like, Melanie tries to stop her, but Sid's like, no, let me go. And I really love this expression here on both their faces, because Sid is like determined to save the man she loves, and Melanie understands that more than anything because of her relationship with Oliver and how that's also a very codependent relationship. So I really do love this small bit. You're making me want to watch the show again. Good, you should. I've only watched it 10 times. I'm gonna watch it 10 times more, probably. Not even kidding, to be honest. I probably will watch it like a gazillion times more.
I don't doubt that.
Yeah. Here we are. This is the shot I wanted. So, yeah. We see that David is basically strangling himself. Which is to show, to make a point visually, about how not only Farouk can control David by this point, Farouk is still more powerful than David, but also that Farouk and David are one, in a sense. And so by David trying to fight himself, David trying to kill Farouk and kick him out of his body, he is killing himself, he's hurting himself. And so Sid goes into the room, kisses David, they change bodies. Now Farouk is inside Sid's body. Oh my Christ, that's scary. I love the shot of her smiling. So yeah, she then walks, she goes inside Carrie's body, female Carrie, then she kicks male Carrie. Autonomy comes in to shoot Farouk. He misses. And so she takes him out, and which ends up shooting the glass, hurting Melanie. Melanie does try to get up to stop Farouk, and then you have this awesome moment where Carrie fucking makes a finger gun and shoots Melanie, and like that knocks Melanie out for the rest of the episode. It's great. And then we see Oliver, who was messing around with like cable to make the machine work as Carrie intended. And we see like the power being knocked out there, and then we see David showing up to we see Clark, because he ended up escaping the room in the kerfuffle, but he gets fucked up by Farouk. And then David shows up here, again looking very powerful, very confident with himself, and then they end up running towards each other as a big burst of energy comes from both of them, and when they hit, Farouk gets knocked out from Carrie's body, and he goes inside Oliver. And I love this moment where, so he fucking here, the light is blue there, and I'm like, yeah, it's okay, it's fine. Then Farouk hits Oliver, gets thrown back inside the room again. Oh, the light's all red now, and it's flashing here. Yep. It's all red. And then what we have is whenever you want, show. Yeah, but anyway, here the red light stops flashing and it's blue there. And it's like, Farouk, after taking over the body, now can like act like Oliver, and like we had like the big like internal fight of taking over Oliver's body and like hurting him and shit, and then it's like, no, now I'm fine. And then we have Oliver walking out, getting into a car and singing "If I Rule the World," which is some might say a bit on the nose. I find it amazing because it is very in character with Oliver's personality, and as we've seen, Farouk takes the personality from the masks he uses. And so I really do like how Oliver's just like singing that and just being like, yeah, now I'm gonna go find my body and I'm gonna rule the world. I don't really care about these people anymore. And he also knows that he can't beat David by this point because he's like on a head-to-head like fighting level. Then David wakes up, he checks on Carrie, and then he talks to Clark, and he's like, you know what, Clark, now we're gonna need to work together, and it just stopped Farouk. And Clark's, yeah, I think so. Which is what establishes how Summerland and Division 3 are working together in Season 2, which is really good. Then he walks into the room, he checks on Melanie and Sid, and we see Oliver driving away. And we see Lenny with Oliver. And Lenny and Oliver's like, where do we go now? And Lenny says somewhere warm, which is setting up how in Season 2 they're gonna go to the desert. How the desert is where Farouk's body is buried. And also there's the fact that Farouk came to be in Morocco. So yeah, also somewhere very warm, as we'll see in Season 3. And then we have the credits, which is a post-credit scene where David can sense where Farouk is headed, but then this little orb shows up. This weird orb. And what it does, it scans David, and then it teleports David inside the orb, and then it flies away in front of Sid. And I'm like, oh, okay. I have no clue what just happened, but it's fine. And that's Season 1. I think I'm trying to very summarize like my thoughts. This episode, what I really love is Carrie's performance as Farouk, Amber Midthunder's performance as Farouk when Farouk is inside Carrie's body is phenomenal. Oh yeah, also Children of the Revolution plays when they're driving away. That's a good point. I forgot to mention that. But anyway, yeah. I love that. I love how you can see that Clark does care a little about David. In the conversation that they have about about trying to make a deal, and how terrified Clark is about like the entire ordeal with David, because like he understands how powerful David is, not only because he's seen like in terms of like how they studied David when he was with them, but now just like seeing his power in action, where he could stop like all those soldiers right in front of him, which is really great. Hamish Linklater is just phenomenal. So yeah, I really love that. I like that the solution to save David is for Sid to kiss him, which kind of like comes full circle from episode 1. And again, she's doing it for a more, I guess, pragmatic reason. But now there's the fact that David doesn't have Farouk inside his mind anymore. But he was taken by the orb, so who knows what will happen? Well, we do. Do you two have anything to say, or can I talk about Season 2 and 3?
It's a pretty good sort of trippy start to the show, I guess. In general, I guess. Plus, like, it still continues that sort of, and I guess sort of an orthodox thing, how like a great sort of big grand finale is sort of all the major set piece of like the finale, I guess, is like in chapter 7, and like the actual finale is more or less just, I guess, a bit more pulled back.
Yeah, it's more of
like,
it feels more like an epilogue, whereas chapter 7 is like the climax.
Yeah, that's one thing I like.
Yeah.
But yeah, really great season. Yeah.
Yeah. One thing I also really love about this season is how it subverts what you expect the villain to be, because episode 1 establishes that Division 3 is going to be the big threat, and the Division 3 barely shows up, and David just beats Division 3 in episode 5 off screen, and then you realize that the big threat is actually Farouk. And then you also realize as the show goes on that season 1 was establishing David should be the big threat, and it's all just like, yeah, it's really, really, really well done. How it sets up these small things to, as the show goes on, you realize and you're like, oh shit, yeah, I was not expecting that. But when you think about it, it all makes sense. It all fits together, as a Jab I think mentioned earlier.
Yeah, it's a fantastic start to the show, and like the way it sets up David to be the threat later on. I'll admit it does a lot more of that than I initially thought before this stream. It does a great job of it, sort of pointing you towards the idea that Farouk's just the one behind all of it. But no, he's just as much. No, he's David's a huge threat in himself.
Mm-hmm.
It does a great job setting that up.
Indeed.
And like I said before, setting all that work that's been put in across the season, like setting up these characters and especially the relationship David and Sid have, like that's going to be crucial, especially for the next 2 seasons. So
Indeed.
they do great with that.
Yeah.
It's impressive.
Yeah. Alright, so yeah, season 2, David shows up after a year of being missing, but for him it's just been a day, which already implies time travel. And yes, there is time travel involved this season, where Sid from the future is trying to guide David to make different decisions to change the outcome by the end of the season. Why is she doing that? As we'll learn later in the season, it's because David destroys the world. How does he do that? Because he turns. He turned because yeah, we don't know why, but we know he turned after killing Farouk in chapter well, when they fight in chapter 20, no, 19. So yeah, I do. It is really interesting to have. So in season 1, David was our hero, but now David is fighting against himself basically, but we don't know it because it's being hidden, and he's helping Farouk because Sid says help Farouk find his body, because if you do that, then it's fine. The idea being, as far as I'm concerned, that because Farouk killed Amy in season 2, they and David wanted revenge after that in season 2. Even after hearing that helping Farouk get his body is the only way to stop him, is because Sid was trying to get David to not follow in the path of like wanting revenge, but in the path of helping people. And she realizes that even if that isn't the case, even if Farouk isn't a good person, he's still a lesser evil than David, because David ends up destroying the world. After becoming so powerful, after learning he's so powerful, after killing Farouk. And so that's why Future Sid should do it. And I think it really ties in really well with her point of view that's established in season 2, because there's a conversation between her and David at one point, which is one that I made a video on. So if you want to check that out on my channel, you can do that. Where she says that love isn't going to save us, it's what we have to save. The pain makes us strong enough to do it. Basically meaning that everything they went through in their lives, all their pain, that's their armor to make them, to make it, to make them harder to break through, to make them more resilient and able to save love, defend the thing that they want, which is love, especially love for one another. So what Sid does when she travels back in time is she tries to get David to accept that, and help Farouk and choose on the side of like not letting him not letting his anger and his thirst for revenge get the better of him, because David's big problem is his rage takes over and his rational mind gets left behind, and all he wants is like this validation of feeling being the most powerful and the most loved person there ever was. So when he gets to a point where so when he gets to a point where Sid here, Sid, present Sid, has a gun on him because she has learned that David is gonna destroy the world, and because he's been lying to her all season. He has lied to her a few times this season, like when promising that he wouldn't leave and he left her, or the fact that he was helping Farouk from the start of season one. And he just did not tell her until later in the season. She feels very manipulated, and she does know that David is capable of destroying the world, not just based on his power, but she has seen many times how David has this, extreme rage and confidence in this love for being powerful, the sadistic love of like being the most powerful person ever. And so David seeing this, and that being prevented her killing him, but then he manipulates her into making her love him again. Is I think works really well with his character because it is established as something that he would do. It's all like these small things, but by this point, once he does it, once he because all he wants is to feel loved, and she's the only person who like actually loves him in that sense. He can't lose her. So when he does that, he wants to reaffirm that love with her. So he goes and creates a projection of his body and has sex with her. So by basically drugging her and changing her mind and having sex with her, he basically raped her. And it is such like a interesting moment to think about from David's perspective. He thinks he's not doing anything wrong. Like he doesn't say that he there's a moment where Farouk mentions to David that he made David, he's manipulating Sid into loving him again, and David says no, she does love me, she just forgot. It's like you can see how his point of view is that he's not doing anything wrong. He's the victim in the situation, as he's been since season one, as he's always been since he was born. He always sees himself as the victim, and so he can't see himself doing anything wrong because, well, Farouk isn't inside my head anymore. So how can I do anything wrong? What I'm doing is justified. It's all like for the greater good. I gotta beat Farouk because he's the villain and I'm the hero, without looking and seeing what he's doing if it actually is like a good thing. Especially when Sid is telling him to stop, and it's like he's already beaten. We can already capture him. We don't have to kill him. But David keeps beating him and being like very sadistic instead of just like killing him at once even. So yeah, I really do love season 2. Building that up. It builds it up very slowly with the small things that David lies and hides from Sid. And then there's a conversation that Sid has with Clark. I don't remember which episode. I think it might be chapter 16, where they talk about how like David hides things and like she asks Clark like, do you think he lies? And she says, yeah, I think he lies all the time. But it's also like I don't think they say that like they don't think he knows he's lying, and it's such an interesting thing to think about because David doesn't understand that what he's doing is wrong. That's seen like throughout all season. Like when he goes rescue Amy in season 1, like yeah, Farouk was like in the steering wheel, but it's not like David wasn't happy about it. He did get to kill the soldiers at Division 3. David has this sadism of like wanting to get revenge and wanting to let his rage out and of sorts. And it's like I get that a lot of people really don't like the turn, but it is really well informed by that point. And especially the thing with Sid that is what makes him unforgivable with him raping her, because that is really just like, yeah man, you kind of crossed the line, right? But also there's obviously this beautiful scene that we've all mentioned a few times, the behind blue eyes scene, with where David is singing behind blue eyes and how the lyrics like mirror perfectly his journey this season, as well as just the animation being phenomenal to showcase like a battle of minds, which is just really creative. It's Legion, the best show ever made. It's my favorite. I think Midnight Mass is better though. Do any of you two have anything to say about season 2?
No, I don't think I really do actually. Most of my thoughts have to do with, I guess, David's turn and like the behind blue eyes scene,
Mhm.
and I guess also like the stuff of Future said. I like just feels like a really unique sort of relationship. How like a lot of his time is spent with just, I won't say talking to her because most times she couldn't speak, but I just love that bit. It was just really interesting.
Well, the really interesting thing I feel is the fact that there are two Sids, and obviously present Sid is like jealous of the other one, and that is something that they do tackle, being like, how like David is hiding something from present Sid, and future Sid is the one he's like actually truthful with, and that hurts Sid because it's like, yeah, you're not talking to me, you're talking to someone else, even if it is like her, it is not like literally her. So it is a big part of like why Sid has this thing, or she's like, she understands, but she does turn against David by the end of the season, even though she has that codependent relationship I mentioned in season one. It takes her a while to break out from that mold, but it's like she thinks David would never hurt her, and she gets to a point where she's like, he's done so many things, like the gravity isn't that high of like lying to her and shit like that, but it's more like he keeps breaking promises and lying to her, and he isn't being like a good person to her. He's only using her as Farouk, Melanie tells Sid. He's just like a flower he uses a bee. Just, it's a function for him. It's not actual love.
Yeah. Like it is like a very weird scenario. Like someone being feeling hurt and jealous by their partner because they're talking to technically them, but not them.
Yeah.
Like it sounds weird when you say it, but like it can be sort of compelling because like yeah, how would one feel like if it turns out your partner's talking to yourself from the future?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just really interesting.
Yeah, and I also find very interesting how Future Sid is also hiding things from David. It's all like this big circle of like lies that you get manipulate people into getting like into these situations, I guess, that would better benefit them, um, instead of just like being truthful with one another, I guess.
Yeah, like no one's truthful with anyone in the season, I guess.
Yeah, pretty much. David is always hiding something. And Division 3 is just Division 3, so yeah, they're always hiding something. So, do you have something to say about season 2?
I'd say I think it's probably the slowest of the three seasons
Definitely.
in terms of like pacing,
Mhm.
and I think it's my least favorite for that reason. But I still like it a lot, and it does a lot of great stuff. There's there's constantly work being put into the characters. That like you're always learning more about them, and they're always developing, and then it's always interesting to watch. And you also get these moments like again behind blue eyes, and like this, like when they have David trapped, and it's all like it all starts to come out like what sort of path he's actually taking. Like that scene especially is just it's great because it's been so well built up, and like it, it's all been sort of leading to that moment, and it's paid off really well. And it's also like just all these great arcs and concepts, like like what's been said about the two Sids and sort of the dynamics that come from that, and just Sid like sort of slowly sort of come to terms with what David really is. Like it's been said, but her having to sort of break out of that, and yeah, just sort of having to accept who she's really with, like what he's actually turning into. It again, it's just something that's really well handled. Yeah, yeah, season 2, even though it's like the slowest pace, it's got like tons and tons of character stuff going for it,
Indeed.
and it's just it's just fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah. I do want to mention as well this scene of the trial is what most people call it. Where it's like David is confronted by them. He's like, you can see, like, first off, Dan Stevens is amazing because he's like, what the fuck, you trapped me, and he's like, first he's confused and angry. He's like, get me out of here, what the fuck are you doing? And then Sid goes to talk to him. He's like, wait, Sid of all people is going to talk to me. And Sid's like, you know what, you're sick, and it must be hard. It's like, it must be very hard for you because you were told your whole life you were sick. But then you were told that you have powers and that you're not sick, when the reality is you're both. And David just can't accept that because he's like, no, I don't have mental illness. It's all my powers. It's fine. I haven't done anything wrong. My sense of reality is perfect because he can't understand, he can't fathom that he's the one who is in the wrong, which is a very big symptom of borderline personality disorder. And then, once he says that, when he says, like, we can help you, we can put you on meds and shit like that, it's like, oh, I'm going to go back to being David the zombie, like, fucking melting away at clockworks instead of, having a life for using these powers, considering I'm so powerful. Like, now that he knows his own potential, he can't fathom going back to something like that, something so minuscule. Especially because he loves this power, he loves this feeling of being bigger than someone else. And so that's why, like, even when she says, like, you drugged me and you had sex with me, and he's like, holy shit, that's the way you view me. Like, that's the way you understand who I am, and you're gonna kill me if I don't comply. It's like, well, fuck this, I'm gonna break out of it. Like, you can see him come to the realization of, like, oh, holy shit, I'm doomed, to I'm angry that this is happening to me, to, like, the overconfidence with that anger, being like, you know what, I'm so powerful, you can't even stop me. And they're like, they use the gas they use in season 1, it still doesn't knock him out, and he's able to break out of the thing, and he just fucking ascends here. And he grabs Lenny and he runs away. And it's just like, and he starts a fucking commune, as you'll see in season 3, basically like a fucking Charles Manson type cult, because he wants love. Because what the big thing he keeps saying in this scene is like, I'm a good person, I deserve love. And that what Sid told him is like, no, that's not who I am, I'm a good person. I didn't do those things, I just, reminded you that you love me. Like, he doesn't say that verbatim, like in this scene, but that's like the point he's making. It's like, I haven't done anything bad. It's just, you don't get it from my perspective. I was just, trying to be Farouk, trying to win this war. And it's like, it's not really what you've been doing, though. You've been taking shortcuts and you've been trying to hurt Farouk. And even though, you said that the way to win the war would be to help him, and it's all because of your sadistic thirst for revenge, and that's what leads him to, break out and be like, you know what, I'm a good person, I deserve love, and you're not gonna give me that, and I'm so powerful that I don't need to have to, like, care about it. I can get it from somewhere else. So he overcompensates, and then obviously he goes grab Lenny, who, like, is obsessed with him and is in love with him, and just leaves with her to his commune. Because he's like, she's the one person that David knows loves him unconditionally, because she's as fucked up as he is. So he's like the perfect, like, right-hand man to have to start his commune. So yeah, it's just a really good, like, inner thought process that you can see David going through here, and just like showing the visuals, just like me describing it, you can see his reactions and how one builds from another, and how it all, like, Jesus Christ, and Stevens is so good. Just like, look at these shots without even playing it, and he's just really good at showcasing these things. Yeah, and obviously there are the other Davids here, who are feeding to David, like, trying to get him to break out, because they do realize, like, yeah, these things, like, these people, they're trying to manipulate us. They're just, like, pretending to love us. And I think especially that's something that David thinks after, because this is after Farouk said that he loves David. He had said after Farouk had been trapped, because yeah, Farouk being inside David for so long, he ended up like coming to love David, which is just such a tragically dark story, I guess, considering how like Farouk is such a terrible fucking person, and he's ruined so much of David's life, but he has this like paternal feeling towards David that just makes him think that like that David is his own, as we'll see later in season 3. So yeah, that's why I think David is like, you know what? If Farouk says he loves me, like why should I believe anyone when they tell me that they love me? And so what he does in season 3 is he has this drug that he uses to control these people to make them love him, regardless of whether they want you or not. He preys on their daddy issues, their lack of people to care for them. All of them like these rejects and shit like that. So yeah, it is all really really good for his character of like his want to be loved over. It overshadows anything else in his point of view, and he doesn't realize it when he's gone too far because he thinks he deserves to be loved more than anything else because he's a good person. And so what he did just said is warranted. Until he sees their point of view and he doesn't understand it. Which is why in season 3 he's just like gone full on psycho at a certain point, because he's like, well, why does it matter if these people don't love me anyway? I'm going to go back in time and redo the world in a way where they will love me. Not these people, but like I will have people who love me, and that's all I need. I need some love. Which is why I really, really love the what's so funny about peace, love, and understanding scene. Because it's basically David trying to verbalize his feelings towards like, what is it that makes us search for this love, for this peace so much? And he's doing it to a point where he's killed basically every person he's ever cared about. And it's all because he wants to find this love, because he can't find it anywhere else, like this real love, because he wants his parents to love him. He wants to undo his parents giving him away and Farouk inhabiting his body and just like undoing everything bad that's happened to him, because he still thinks he's like the victim in all this and not the perpetrator, even though he's caused a lot of harm. So yeah, I really love David as a character, like his journey to find love beyond anything else, that goes from like him having a sweet love story with Sid in season 1 to a very weird relationship with her in season 2 that turns into just like plain abuse, to him just like wanting to find love any way possible, to a point where he manipulates and drugs people and undoes time, like he destroys the universe basically and kills all the people he cared about to do so. He also causes Lenny to kill herself by then, and it's like, wow, you've done a lot of damage, and it's all like for what you assume is a greater goal, but the greater goal was all about you. There's also a scene in season 3 where David says, this is not about the world, this is about me. I'm gonna undo what happened to me. I don't care about like undoing World War II or anything like that. So yeah, it's really interesting. Do you guys have anything to say about season 3?
Season 3. Well, I was a little bit apprehensive because of the whole time travel stuff in it, and because like once you introduce time travel, then it gets a bit more complicated, and like you gotta get it right, or else you're gonna fuck up real fast.
Yeah.
But like, I really, really like how it was done. How like the fucking whole of time, I guess, and how like the time demons, that sort of thing, and like how it was used. How like without it, we wouldn't have been able to actually see like David's past. How like we actually see the events that happen in like his chalkboard story in season 1. How like we see it sort of unfold,
Mm-hmm.
and also like how it let us. Well, I'm focusing on my time travel. Like most of it has nothing to do with it, but I just like how the show actually let us I guess it sort of comes full circle how like it presents us with the idea that maybe his dad is Charles Xavier. Like then we actually get to meet the guy, and it's like because like it's probably like the most of the audience has probably seen like at least one of the two versions of him, but like seeing one that's like just their own unique version while still feeling like Professor X in a sense is like pretty good actually. I guess just seeing like him in the early days, how like if you know the X Men history, how like how he still doesn't know about other mutants, how like other telepaths,
Mm. Yeah, him creating Cerebro and shit.
and him seeking out more because this is obviously before he's met any version of Magneto and gotten probably paralyzed. So this is probably very early on. So like, it's one thing. That's one thing I can appreciate. Like how it just sort of throws you into his history, but like it gets in confusion. Same with like just the general sort of way it's done, I guess. And I guess of course, like I really like how I guess that's how Switch is done because like we're given this arc about how she's still training, how like she's still trying to I wouldn't so much say learn the ropes, but just sort of get a better handle on her powers, I guess.
Hmm. Yeah.
And how by the end she's time. Like she's basically just in control of it, I guess, which is
Yeah,
pretty sort of a neat arc.
it's basically she has a basically like a coming of age story.
Like a,
Within like this show that she was not a part of until the last season. She has like her own entire arc with like her dad and shit, and it's really well done. Yeah.
yeah, it's really well done. As well as just I don't know, she was just sort of like a nice breath of fresh air in the show. Like just a nice new cool character.
Yeah.
And also, I said this when I first watched it, but like I really like the sort of 60s Yellow Submarine vibe of this season.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because the show has a pretty sort of timeless feel to it. Like, you can't actually pin down when the show is set.
Yeah.
Like, like season one is probably the closest that feels close to modern day, but like
Even
also
then.
suddenly being thrown into like a 60s sort of vibe is like
Mm-hmm.
it gives each season its own sort of unique feel.
Yeah.
Like,
What I really love. Well, each season does have like its own like tone in that sense where it feels like it's all set in like its own time, its place in time, but it's also interesting because of how, as you said, it feels timeless. The show is designed that way to feel like you don't know exactly when it takes place, and you don't have to, because not only is it like out of places and none of this takes place in our universe, like this is nothing like our universe. It's nothing like our universe in the sense that the history is also all different, like geography is all different. It's all like it's its own thing, and which allows them to go as crazy as they want with like geography and physics and shit like that, which really works really well. And as you said, season 3 has the very 60s feeling, 60s 70s, I'd say, considering also obviously the Charles Manson coat and all the shit they wear, but also the music that they use is very much like that, supposed to be reminiscent of that time, and then shooting with vintage lenses as well. That they shoot, especially the scenes in the past with Charles, all should give this like a very, old timey feeling, where it feels like a classic, but it also has like this very futuristic looking shit. The world obviously being retro futuristic, but it is really neat how it's all done visually to create a very unique style that is reminiscent of a time, but it's not really set in that time, and we don't even know when it is set. So yeah.
yeah, because like I guess the closest we sort of get to like a sort of solid down time period is Charles's flashbacks to World War Two. So like,
Mm.
but even then, like,
Not even then, we don't know if it is like actually World War II. We don't know exactly. the history of this world, considering how different it is to ours.
Yeah, exactly. I guess like the thing with X-Men is that it was always designed to be like a sort of alternate universe sort of thing. How like it was, I guess, like a spin on the civil rights thing in the '60s, but like
Mm.
this is like going full on just full on alternate history, completely different worlds, even different. I can appreciate that how like it's just going absolutely mad bastard with it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's everything I've gotten it. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Um. Well, I do have a few things I still want to mention. I just wanted to rest my throat a bit. Um. The one thing I do absolutely adore about this season is how, it is, the big confrontation is solved not by, a big fight as we've talked about, but how it's, three men talking about, I guess, their feelings in a way, if you want to get like very uh reductive about it, but more like understanding um that how to improve themselves. They've been realizing that he doesn't need to look for revenge anymore. Um, all he needs to do now is accept, like, yeah, we did it. We changed time. You're not gonna be given away anymore. Farouk is not gonna hurt you anymore. You don't have to kill him. Like, I know you want revenge, but you don't have to get it. Like, and because David had like that bloodthirst that he just couldn't look past, and just Charles being like, I adore you, and I can never begin to imagine giving you away. Like, you're my son, and you know if I did, it was probably to protect you. It's just being like David accepting, like, yeah, I don't have to kill anymore. Like, this rage, like this, that I've been trying to justify it in my head is not justifiable. And having Charles be a dad to him for the first time ever, because he gave him away in the original timeline. It is very heartwarming to see, and it gives Charles a lot of character. There's also the episode with Charles and Gabrielle, which is the flashback that also gives them a lot of character. But we've been live for 5 hours, so I'll try to keep this brief. And I also really love the scene where Farouk shows young Farouk, like basically the events of the show to show him how, what Farouk does to David, and how he learned, like, how by learning to love David and hurting David, he ended up hurting himself by turning David into this like monster who only wants revenge. As he says, such a sweet boy undone by revenge, as opposed to because like they did want he did want to get David to work with him, but and now his point is just like, I'm just gonna torture you, or trap you inside your own mind, like I said earlier about chapter 6. And that caused David to spiral, at least from Farouk's perspective. And because he had learned to love David, and he hadn't realized until season 2, it is a very hard thing for young Farouk to realize. Like, look how sadistic I am. Like, what is the point of me doing this? And I think it is a very different thing from, like, well, firstly Loki, that does the thing where, like, Loki turns into a good person because he sees like a PowerPoint presentation of like him killing his mom and shit like that, and him being evil. Was like, I'm not a bad person. I don't like killing people. I was like, well, that's not true, Loki. But this here is like, Farouk does hurting people. He is sadistic, and he still like loves being powerful, and he doesn't grow out of that. But he learns that hurting other people isn't because he's strong, is because he's weak, because he wants to reaffirm his strength. Whereas this older Farouk, he realizes that by trying to do that, he ended up hurting himself by hurting David, because of how much he ended up caring about David. And this young Farouk is like, I can still be this person who rules Morocco or whatever. I can still be a king, without actually having like to hurt people and do everything he did, like trapping the king's mind inside a fucking monkey, as well as obviously all the supporters inside the little girl. So yeah, I really love the way they do Farouk this season, because a lot of people think, oh, Farouk's irredeemable, he's the villain, because they're thinking about the show from David's perspective, but he's not. Farouk has a lot of these moments where he reflects on himself, Especially like Jeb said, he thinks his favorite scene in season 2 is, and the show is in season 2 when he talks about how he's a refugee. Just he was taken out of his own body, and he just wants it back. He just wants to live in it, and he doesn't really want to hurt people anymore. And he, Farouk needs to kind of like learn to grow out of it. So yeah, I really love that, and I also really really love Switch's arc. And you mentioned it, with the fact that she has a very basic hero's journey, but it's just like her coming to uh realize how like time is not something you should mess with, considering like how time is a the words her father uses, that it's an ocean, not a river, that you can't like control the way it flows. It's just like something that's too overwhelming for you to control, too big, too you know and so she just learns to like not try to fix these things, not try to like change her insecurities, or doing these things because she wants the approval of her dad, because her dad does approve of her by the end of the season. And just being like, we both just needed time to work our shit out, to learn the value of one another, and how she doesn't like need to be a robot to find her dad's approval, and that her dad also goes through that arc of being like, yeah, like I was trying to make you perfect, like my, like his robots and super controllable, but the beauty is that you are your own person, and you realize how like time works. We can exist in like this timeless state, so that we can like make up for lost time in a way. So I really do like that. I could probably be more articulate in the way I'm saying this, but I'm tired. Um, yeah. I also the scene where David Singh's mother is probably my favorite scene in the show. The deep layers it has in terms of just like what it means to David, um, from like an inner character point of view. How it has the metaphors that you can think about for both his mom and Farouk, because they're both parental figures for David. It is really really beautiful. And it shows like David working out inside his mind like what his demons are, instead of seeing him actually fight Farouk. He's fighting Farouk like by working through his own issues in his mind. That's why you see like all the David's like freaking out until David breaks out of uh the jumpsuit here, which turns into Farouk, and is one of the coolest fucking practical effects I've ever seen here. Yeah. So yeah, I just really love that. I would have much more to say right now, but we've been live for a while. Zoa, do you have anything you want to say about season 3?
I think season 3 is my favourite season, mainly because of the arc, David goes through, obviously. As been said, but all the stuff with Farouk, especially that part of him showing him his younger self, everything that happens, it is like that Loki scene, but done in a way that's competent. And Twitch is she's introduced in a her introduction is great, and she serves a very important purpose in the story, whilst also going through an interesting arc on her own. And yeah, gotta love that as well. And like that last scene as well, of just before everything gets sort of reset in a way, and you just have David and Sid talk to each other this one last time, and it's made clear that she hasn't forgiven him, but hopefully that he can be a better person the next time around. And it just serves as just this perfect last scene to have at the end. just a wonderful way to end the show.
Yeah.
And of course, there's the other amazing stuff like the giant pig thing that gets milked, and that one outfit Aubrey Plaza wears that gets a lot of approval from me. Yeah, great season.
Yeah. I also very much approve of that outfit. I can't show it now because I have the final episode open, but yeah. No, I also really do love this final scene between David and Sid, and how like she doesn't forgive him, and she did help David win, but it wasn't like she didn't do it for this David. She did it for baby David, for the chance of like future David to be a better person. Which is why she says when she's about to, David, be a good boy, because that's all she wants, for David to be a good person. That her sacrifice for doing all of this, helping David, wasn't in vain, which I really do love. And she doesn't forgive David for what he's done to her, but she is more, I guess, accepting of what he's done this season, because she realizes, some people do deserve a second chance, which she learned from Oliver and Melanie in episode 6 of this season, chapter 25. So yeah, I do really love that. Just Sid, fucking brilliant character. But as you said about the way it ends, and it comes full circle because it is the same shot that the show begins with, and the same song because the Happy Jack from The Who plays once more, and it kind of like it ends as it began, and it gives the feeling of like it is a new start, but it also gives you the interpretation of like, was this in vain? May this have been in vain? Like, is David doomed to repeat this cycle? Which as well is something I find interesting, that the end of the episode has this little press button to start again, which is a really cool thing that Noah Hawley put, where it's like, if you had a button to start again, to start your life, to have a second chance, would you do it with? And David did, and like, is it gonna mean something different for him? Is the outcome gonna be different? We don't really know. We hope so, and that's like the hope that we leave the show with. It's a bittersweet ending where like every character we've known this show was erased from existence, but other versions of them are gonna exist and might be better versions of themselves. At least we know Farouk probably will be a better version of himself, unless he lied to Charles. Charles is now gonna be like a professor, start the X-Men school. And now David is gonna have his parents to raise him, in theory, because we don't know how it goes from here. But yeah, it's all like they changed a few things, and now how it goes from here, it's anyone's guess. Or as Bo Burnham would say, it's anyone's guess what then happens next. But most say she died. No, yeah, no, that doesn't fit. But yeah, it is just like a really good way to end the show. It's like you don't leave the ending so closed off. It is very open to interpretation. You can be as hopeful or as you want, or you can be as think of the show in the sense of dread if you want. As it is after all as well. One thing that I really love is about that this show is about the journey of these characters, and I feel like that's something I would say is the same with Lost, where the show is entirely focusing on these characters and their journeys, and how they got here, and how they got here and grew from one season to the next, and their relationships with one another, and actually seeing like any conclusion to like some fucking big mystery or whatever. That's not really the point. The point is these characters and the journey they went through. That last part was more applicable to Lost, but at any rate, yeah, it is a show, just like a very personal show about these people and all they went through, and how much David may have hurt them, and how much David, is he a good person? Does he deserve a second chance, even if it is hurting other people to get that second chance? And the thing is like, I wouldn't say he deserves it, but he's gone so far to this point where it's like, we may as well do it. It's just like, baby David deserves a second chance, but this David doesn't, which is what I think is a really, really great way of tackling the idea of like, yes, we're going to give David a second chance, but not have Sid forgive him. and it's done with like some real maturity, especially dealing with something like him raping her, in Me Too times. So yeah, it's really well done. I really love it. Yeah, unless you two have anything else to say, I think we may be at our end.
I think that's all I've got. Yeah.
All
Yeah, I
right.
think we've covered it pretty thoroughly at this point.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely more I could have said, but we would have been here all day. Yeah. Jesus, my throat, man, you have no clue. But yeah, guys, I'm very happy we did this. Honestly, thanks for everyone who's supported us for these 50 fucking ECUMs. It's a lot. Means a lot to us. We love doing ECUM. Thanks for everyone who watched today. I know it's not the most interesting topic for a lot of people because it's not a very popular show. Most people haven't watched it, but it is my favorite show, so I do love talking about it. We will be making more Legion references in the future. Probably won't cover it in this sense. I am working on my Legion videos. I'm always working on them, like my backlog of videos, writing some little bits here and there every time I get the chance to do it. So yeah, I will someday come out with like my full critique of where I appreciate every single detail about this show because I do think it is really, really, really good. And obviously we didn't explore season 2 and 3 as thoroughly as 1. I hope you at least found some insight into what we said about those seasons. There's more that could be shared. I doubt we're gonna do a part 2 of this. So yeah, just just ask questions during ECUM about Legion. I'll answer them. Don't worry. But yeah, I think that is all we have for today. We shall. Legion needs more love. It definitely does. If you want to see more Legion, I don't know if you're subscribed to my personal channel, but I will definitely cover more of that. So yeah, guys, I think we will catch you all next time. Yeah, bye bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.